Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Damascus Variant. He knew the extraction was wrong the moment the helicopter pilot stopped talking. Not the comfortable silence of a man focused on his instruments in a blizzard. The sealed, pressurized silence of a man who had been told to stop. McKenna registered it the way he registered everything. Not as thought, but as physical fact. A change in the texture of the air. The way you know a patient is crashing before the monitors confirm it. Below him, 40 feet of winch cable and a darkening sky. The ravine split the mountain like an axe wound, and somewhere at the bottom of it, a 19-year-old ski patrol volunteer named Todd Reinhardt had a fractured pelvis and a core temperature of 92.1. McKenna had the Kendrick splint, the hot packs, the hypothermia wrap. He had everything Todd Reinhardt needed. Then the secondary rotor. It came from the North Ridge, heavier and lower than the rescue helo, and McKenna recognised the acoustic signature the way a surgeon recognises a retractor by touch, military or paramilitary, too steady for commercial. He twisted on the cable and looked up and saw the lights on the ridge road. 3 sets, evenly spaced, moving in the lateral formation you used when you wanted to seal a perimeter and not be seen doing it. He keyed his radio. Kruger, you seen the ridge? Static. He descended anyway because Todd Reinhardt was at the bottom of the ravine, and Todd Reinhardt was 19 years old, and the protocol for 19-year-olds with fractured pelvises in Montana blizzards was the same as it had always been regardless of what was happening on the ridge road. He landed in the snow, unclipped the carabiner, turned toward the orange of the emergency blanket visible 30 feet through the tree line. He covered maybe 10 of those feet before they came out of the dark. 4 of them. Cold weather kit, no insignia, the particular economy of movement that came from years of doing this. He noted the zip tie in the lead man's hand, the suppressed sidearm on the second, the way the third and fourth spread wide to prevent any play toward the tree line. Clean geometry. These were not militia. These were professionals who had been briefed on him specifically. He could have fought. He assessed it in the 2 seconds available. He was tired from 6 hours of mountain work, wearing insulated layers that restricted movement, and there were 4 of them, and they had the angles covered. He could put 2 of them down, and the other 2 would put him down, and Todd Reinhardt would die in the snow while they sorted out the paperwork. So he went with them. He woke in Damascus. He knew it was Damascus before he opened his eyes. He had spent enough time in the Levant to recognise the particular acoustic signature of the city, the call to prayer layered under traffic, the distant generators, the quality of silence between sounds that carried the specific weight of a place that had been bombed and rebuilt and bombed again and was now simply exhausted. The air tasted of concrete dust and iodine and something underneath both of those things, faintly sweet, that he could not immediately name. The room was 10 feet by 12, fluorescent tube overhead, 1 chair, no windows. The restraints were zip-tie plastic, not metal, which told him someone had planned this in a hurry, or wanted him to know he could get out if he decided to. He filed that away. The man across the table was in his early 50s, with the kind of face that had been organised by decades of measuring other faces. Dark suit, no tie, reading glasses on the table beside a single manila folder. He did not look up when McKenna moved. "Colonel Haddad," McKenna said. It wasn't a question. Haddad set down his pen. "You know who I am. Syrian intelligence, 17 years. You lost someone in the 2024 outbreak. Nice, I think. You've been working the bioterrorism desk since then, which means you're the reason I'm here and not in a CIA black site, which means you want something other than confession." Haddad regarded him with the careful interest of a man who has found a mechanism he cannot quite account for. He opened the folder. He turned it around. McKenna looked at the photograph. He was 10 years younger in it, wearing field kit with no rank markings, standing in what had been the Basel district. Behind him, a quarantine barrier, concrete blocks and wire mesh, the kind of installation that took 48 hours to build if you knew what you were doing. He was holding a laminated document with the Syrian MOH seal and something else, something in his own handwriting along the bottom margin, and the posture he had, the posture the younger version of himself had. It was not the posture of a man following orders. I was medical support, McKenna said, attached to the interagency team. I provided triage protocols and trauma response. Haddad reached across and turned the photograph face down without looking at it, as though he found it personally offensive. He pressed a button on the remote beside the folder. The screen on the wall came alive. The footage was date-stamped. McKenna watched himself. Thinner, harder, with the particular focus of a man who has decided something and is now implementing it. Walk the length of the Sector 4 perimeter. He watched himself point to the third checkpoint and say something to the officer beside him. He watched the officer nod and radio ahead, and watched the third checkpoint sealed with 6 additional men. Then the audio came up. If it breaches Sector 4, we lose Europe. His own voice. Absolutely his. Not a simulation, not a splice. He could hear the specific rhythm of his speech, the slight flattening of vowels that came when he was managing something catastrophic and needed to sound like he wasn't. Seal it. Full perimeter, no exceptions. Civilian egress stops as of now. The screen went dark. The room was very quiet. I don't remember this, McKenna said. No, Haddad said. You wouldn't. He stood, straightened his jacket, and walked toward the door with the unhurried movement of a man who has conducted several thousand interrogations and knows when to let the silence do the work. At the threshold, he stopped. The strain is active again. Different vector, same genetic signature. Our epidemiologists have 48 hours before the mutation window. After that, airborne adaptation is probable. He paused. It has started again, Mr. McKenna. The question is who started it, and why, and what the architect knows that we do not. Then he left. McKenna sat in the chair for approximately 90 seconds, long enough to confirm that the guard rotation was 8 minutes, long enough to feel the zip ties and locate the specific angle at which the left cuff was slightly looser. Someone had applied it while McKenna was unconscious, and had not accounted for the fact that McKenna's left hand was marginally smaller than his right, a legacy of a badly healed fracture from a Jalalabad rooftop in 2019. He dislocated his thumb on the count of 3. The sound was very small in the room. The guard in the stairwell was 22, maybe 23, with the particular exhaustion of a man who had been standing in a stairwell for 4 hours and had convinced himself nothing was going to happen. McKenna took him from behind with a forearm across the brachial plexus, controlled the descent, used the man's own belt to pin his arms. He took the access card from the man's hip. 11 seconds to check pulse and airway. Then he moved. The stairwell opened onto a service corridor. The service corridor opened onto a loading dock. The loading dock opened onto a Damascus alley at 3 in the morning, and the alley was dark except for a single sodium light at the far end that turned the pooled water orange. He reached the safe house in 20 minutes, moving the way he'd been trained to move in urban terrain. Low profile, variable pace, using the geometry of the street to keep angles covered. The door was unlocked. He cleared the space in under a minute. 2 rooms, a cooking area, a cot, a locked cabinet. Inside the cabinet, a field medical kit, a burner phone, a folded slip of paper with a frequency and a time, and beneath all of it, a tablet in a military-grade case with a folded note attached. The note had 4 words on it. You'll want to read this. No signature. He sat on the cot and reset the dislocated thumb first, which hurt in the specific way that self-applied joint reduction always hurts. A white structural pain that you accepted and moved through. Then he picked up the tablet. The biometric lock had already been disabled, the files sitting open as though someone had arranged them for exactly this moment, which someone had. He scrolled. The files were organised by classification tier. Most were above his former clearance. He worked through them systematically the way he had been trained to process intelligence. Without reaction, just intake. Save the processing for later. Threat assessments, deployment logs, viral sequencing data dense with nomenclature that would have stopped most field operators cold. He had spent 8 years working alongside CDC epidemiologists and USA MRIID teams. He could follow the architecture of it. He almost missed the header field. It was unremarkable in its formatting, a standard classification line, the kind of administrative notation that appeared on hundreds of documents. He had scrolled past it before his eyes pulled him back. Containment Model Architect, McKenna, DJ. He sat with that for a long time. Not medical support attached to the interagency team, not trauma response consultant, architect. He had built the model, the containment framework, the quarantine geometry, the triage protocols that had determined who could leave Base and who could not. Those were his. The methodology was his. The death ratios were his. A dog moved at the end of the alley outside. Somewhere distant, a truck shifted gears on a gradient. The sodium light through the cracked shutter made the puddles on the street look like old blood. He went back to the sequencing data. The new strain was not a natural mutation. It bore genetic markers from the original Damascus variant. Specific engineered sequences that McKenna recognized the way a composer recognizes his own harmonic choices in a piece of music he had written and tried to forget. The mutation pathway was designed. The airborne adaptation wasn't emergent. It had been anticipated, built into the base sequence as a second stage trigger. Phase 2. The document used those words without explanation, the casual usage of a term so established within this project that it required no definition for the people reading it. He thought about what it meant that Phase 1 had a Phase 2. He was still thinking about it when the time on the folded paper arrived. He inserted the battery, waited for the phone to boot, and when it did, he sat looking at it for a moment. Then he dialed the frequency. It rang once. The voice was a woman's, French-accented English, brisk and entirely unsurprised that he had called Al-Hamidiyya Clinic. Go now. East Service entrance. You have a narrow window before the drone sweep. Who are you? The line was already dead. The clinic was a 3-story building with an NGO placard on the exterior that named a Swiss humanitarian organisation McKenna had never heard of, which was itself information. The East Service entrance was a steel door propped open with a rubber wedge, which was either an invitation or a trap, and McKenna had decided some time ago that the distinction no longer mattered, because the only path forward led through the door. Inside, dark corridors, the smell of fresh bleach, surgical tools in a basin that were warm to the touch. Someone had been working here within the last hour and had left, quickly. The warmth of the instruments was the particular warmth of recently autoclaved steel, which meant medical practice, which meant this cover was operational, or had been. He found the stairwell to the subterranean level and went down. The lab was white and cold and absolutely silent except for the filtration system, which whispered with a sound like controlled breathing. The LED panels overhead were the specific blue-white of environments designed for precision work, and the containment chambers lined the east wall like a row of observation windows, each one fogged slightly at the edges from the differential temperature between the interior and the controlled lab air. Digital monitors blinked mutation timelines. A projected spread model on the central screen showed the Al-Hamidiyya district in green, the infection nexus in red, the projected 48-hour dispersal pattern in orange arcs that widened as they moved outward. McKenna stood in front of the screen and the memory came back in the way traumatic memories sometimes do, not gradually but all at once, like a door opening onto a room that had always been there. He remembered this room, not this room specifically, but rooms like it. The smell, the temperature, the specific aesthetic of clinical containment, the sterility that was not cleanliness but control, the same control he had exercised 10 years ago in Barzeth when he had taken the laminated document with the Syrian MOH seal and drawn the line on the map and said, "On this side, we have a chance. On the other side, we accept the loss." He had not been ordered to draw that line. He had drawn it because the data supported it, because the predictive model he had built, the one that now bore his name in a classified CIA header, projected that a contained district perimeter would prevent a continental-scale outbreak. He had calculated the acceptable loss ratio with the same cold precision he used to calculate blood loss and fluid replacement in a trauma bay. Different units, same mathematics. He understood now why his memory had been suppressed, not because of what he had done to others, because of what knowing would do to him. He was studying the containment chamber configuration, looking for the central incubation unit, when the door at the far end of the lab opened and 4 men came through it. They were not Syrians. The kit was private contractor, Kell Group. He placed it from the tactical vest configuration, a Zurich-registered security consortium he had seen referenced once in an interagency threat assessment. The lead operative was a tall man in his mid-40s, with the close-cropped efficiency of someone who had spent 20 years in rooms like this and had stopped finding them remarkable. "McKenna," the man said, not a greeting, an inventory item. "Kell," McKenna said. The man paused. "You know me. I read your dossier on the plane ride over. You were on the Phase 1 Oversight Committee. Efficiency metrics, loss ratios, market viability projections." McKenna kept his eyes on the man and his peripheral attention on the other 3, mapping positions, distances, angles. "You're not running security, you're running the stress test." Kell's expression did not change. This was a man who had processed catastrophe at the level of spreadsheets for so long that the physical version of it had lost its power to register. Phase 2 is a necessary proof of concept. Privatized bioresponse infrastructure requires demonstrated need. The contracts don't materialize without the incident. People die. Statistically contained numbers of people die so that the infrastructure exists to prevent statistically larger numbers of people from dying in the future. You of all people should understand the logic. He tilted his head. You wrote it. The first operative moved at McKenna's left flank and McKenna moved before the decision fully formed. Not thought, but trained reflex, the body's own operational, memory firing across the gap where his conscious memory had been erased. He took the first man's arm at the elbow, applied the leverage, felt the joint give with the specific sensation of structural failure. He used the man's falling body as a screen, moving through the gap it created, reaching the second operative before the first hit the ground. Brachial plexus, femoral nerve. The medical knowledge that had made him valuable as an intelligence asset also made him uniquely capable of disabling humans with surgical efficiency. Not killing, but removing from the equation, which was a distinction he had always maintained and was now more grateful for than he could articulate. The third man had a taser, not a firearm. They wanted him alive, or at least coherent, which told him something. McKenna closed the distance before he could pull the trigger and put him down with a strike to the mastoid that would produce a 10-minute concussion and a headache that lasted a week. Kell had his firearm drawn. He was good, calm, proper stance, sights aligned. There was no fear in his eyes, which was not courage but a more troubling thing. the absence of sufficient investment in the outcome to generate fear. The strike package is inbound, Kell said. 8 minutes. When the lab takes the hit, the aerosolization dispersal model projects 347 initial infections in the surrounding district. Enough for a regional health emergency. Enough to trigger the emergency privatization contracts. He paused. It's already done, McKenna. The only question is whether you die here or somewhere more comfortable. You're going to shoot me in a containment lab. I'm going to shoot you in a containment lab, yes. McKenna looked past him at the central incubation chamber. He looked at the temperature display. He looked at the control panel beside the chamber, the one he had designed 10 years ago in a research facility in Bethesda, arguing across the table with virologists and ethicists and people who told him the kill switch was unnecessary, and he had told them that any system designed for containment required a termination protocol, a hard limit, a point at which you could look at the projections and the loss ratios and the acceptable thresholds and say, no further. He had built that limit into the protein sequence. Temperature-triggered collapse. 41.5 degrees Celsius for 90 seconds would denature the specific binding protein that allowed the variant to cross the airway epithelium. Without that protein, the airborne adaptation failed. The strain reverted to contact-only transmission, then lost viability entirely within 4 hours. He thought of Todd Reinhardt at the bottom of a Montana ravine, waiting. He thought of a Damascus street with the sodium light turning the puddles orange. He thought of a room in Basé and a line drawn on a map, and the sound of the sealed corridor. He let Kell shoot him. The round took him in the left side. Above the hip, Kell had aimed centre mass and McKenna had turned marginally, enough to move the point of impact to the lateral abdomen. It was still bad. He felt the hydraulic shock of it, the displacement of tissue, the immediate systemic response, blood pressure dropping, adrenaline flooding, the body's emergency protocols activating simultaneously. He had treated wounds like this in 3 countries. He knew exactly how long he had. Long enough. He crossed the 6 feet to the control panel while Kell was still processing the fact that McKenna had moved toward him rather than away. He hit the thermal override. The display climbed. 39.4, 40.7, 41.2, 41.6, and the mutation timeline went red and then dark. He released the panel and slid down it until he was sitting on the floor with his back against it, one hand pressed to the wound. The filtration system changed pitch. Kell raised the weapon. McKenna looked up at him from the floor, and something in that look, not defiance, not fear, something older and more exhausted than either, apparently settled the calculus, because Kell lowered the weapon and moved for the door. McKenna didn't stop him. He sat on the floor until the door closed. Then he took inventory the way he had been taught, not of his situation but of his body, which was a different and more immediate problem. The wound was bad but not unsurvivable. He knew this the way he knew most things about gunshot trauma, clinically, precisely, without the luxury of alarm. He had minutes before the blood loss became the deciding factor. He needed to be moving before that happened. He got up. He found the maintenance shaft behind the eastern containment array. He found it because he had designed the spec that mandated its location, and the body remembered even when the mind had been carefully edited. He moved through it on his elbows, pressing the wound with his right hand to manage the intrapleural pressure the adrenaline was making, his vision very clear and very narrow. He emerged through a drainage grate into a Damascus alley. 6 seconds later, the drone strike hit. The shockwave picked him up and put him down again, and he lay on the wet concrete listening to the alley hold the reverb of it. Dust and light. The particular percussion of a building becoming rubble. He pressed the wound and breathed in the discipline he'd been taught in a Special Forces medical course 20 years ago. The slow discipline of not panicking while your body tries to convince you that panic is appropriate. He was still breathing. The kill switch had activated before the strike. He was certain of it. certain the way you are certain of mathematics, not because you trust the universe, but because the numbers are the numbers, and the protein sequence was his, and he understood it completely. The aerosolization would not spread the variant. The variant was collapsed. The only thing dispersing through the Al-Hamidiyya district tonight was concrete dust and the smell of burnt wire. He lay in the alley until he was certain he could stand. Then he stood. The field hospital was a 20-minute walk, and he didn't remember most of it. He presented as a Westerner with a fragment wound from the explosion, which the Syrian army medics were willing to accept given the chaos of the evening. The wound was irrigated, packed, sutured by a man who worked with the focused competence of someone who had treated a great deal of gunshot trauma and had stopped asking questions about it. McKenna thanked him in Arabic. The man did not reply. He was in a transit hotel near the old souk when the messages went out, carrying a drainage bag sutured to his left side and a prescription for antibiotics that cost $4 American. By morning, the official account was established. A rogue extremist cell operating in a condemned building. No confirmed casualties from the explosion. No evidence of biological agents. A brief statement from the Syrian Ministry of Interior expressing resolve. The CIA station in Ankara issued a non-denial denial to 3 different wire services. The corporation whose tactical team McKenna had left on a laboratory floor announced a strategic restructuring and a filing that no financial journalist would connect to Damascus for at least 18 months. Colonel Nizar Haddad returned to his office and wrote a 3-paragraph internal report attributing the incident to domestic extremism and requesting increased surveillance funding. He was a man who had spent his career trying to prove that the great powers used his country as a testing ground, and now he had the proof, and he understood with the particular clarity of someone who has finally reached what he was looking for, that some truths were more useful as private fuel than as public fire. He signed the report. He filed it. He went home to his apartment and stood on the balcony and watched Damascus rearrange itself around another scar. McKenna rented a room for 3 weeks. He healed in the specific way that men who have spent 20 years maintaining operational discipline heal, with patience and methodical compliance, no alcohol, scheduled rest, protein and hydration calibrated to the repair work his body was doing beneath the sutures. He didn't contact anyone. He read no news. He sat in the room and let the days be what they were. On the 18th day, an envelope appeared under his door. No stamp, no postmark, no name. Inside, 12 pages, printed on plain paper. It was a proposal document with a government contractor formatting template he recognised from the interagency environment. 12 pages, executive summary at the front, appendices at the back. The project name at the header read, Phase 3, North Africa, Climate Migration Modelling. He read the executive summary. It proposed a system for predicting, shaping and managing population displacement across sub-Saharan North Africa using engineered scarcity, vectors and outbreak modelling. The language was policy language, measured, technical, consequence-free. The death ratios were in the appendices. Beneath the attachment, a single line of plain text. Architect status. Reactivated. He read it twice. He thought about the room in Basel. He thought about the line on the map, the sealed corridor, the arithmetic he had done in that clean white space where everything reduced to acceptable and unacceptable thresholds. And he had trusted his own math more than any moral tradition he had ever encountered. He thought about Todd Reinhardt at the bottom of a Montana ravine, 19 years old, waiting for a medic. He burned the message, burned it physically in the hotel's small bathroom sink, watching the paper take the flame and curl and become nothing useful. He looked at the water going down the drain for a moment. Then he said, very quietly to the tiled wall, I don't build cages anymore. He turned off the light. He was in bed, almost at the threshold of sleep, when the phone vibrated on the nightstand. Unknown number. He lay in the dark and felt the specific weight of the moment. Not fear, not anger, something more exhausted and more honest than either. He thought of Vance in his climate-controlled office, dashboards and outcomes, the patient architect of acceptable catastrophe, alive and unexamined and absolutely certain. He thought of the Phase 3 document and the sub-Saharan dispersal model and the population displacement projections rendered in the bloodless language of strategic necessity. He thought about what it meant that the phone was ringing. He thought about what it meant that they expected him to answer. He picked it up. He answered it. The connection opened, and the silence on the other end was the silence of someone waiting, and McKenna sat in the dark hotel room in Damascus and let the silence be what it was, and said nothing, and waited. The Delos Anomaly. The year is 1976, but the machine they ride is a ghost from an era officially declared over. The lunar module, christened Intrepid, smelled of recycled oxygen and ozone, a scent William Rutledge associated with coffins and cockpits. Below them, the far side of the moon swelled, a monochrome desert of impossible beauty and absolute indifference. It was a place where shadows weren't merely an absence of light, but a physical presence, ancient and heavy. "Detachment confirmed," Rutledge reported, his voice a flat line of practice calm. "CSM constellation is clear. We're on our own." His words were a lie, and everyone on the loop knew it. They were anything but on their own. High above, Leona Snyder, their command module pilot, was their orbital anchor, a voice of cool professionalism from a woman he'd trained with but never truly known. On Earth, 2 mission controls listened in parallel silence. One, a skeleton crew at Vandenberg Air Force Base, was a sterile USAF operation room humming with the quiet menace of a black project. The other, thousands of miles away in Yevpatoria, belonged to the Soviets. 2 empires, locked in a Cold War everywhere else, were here yoked to a single explosive secret. The official history books had already been printed. Apollo 17 was the grand finale. The Apollo-Soyuz test project of 75 was the public handshake, the meticulously choreographed theatre piece. This, Apollo 20, was the truth buried beneath it, a mission not of exploration, but of plunder. Beside him, Alexei Leonov was a statue carved from Soviet granite. The first man to walk in the void, a living legend whose presence on this mission was the ultimate political concession. His gaze was fixed on the viewport, where the target was growing from a photographic anomaly into a terrifying reality. First spotted by the Apollo 15 crew in 71, it was a colossal cigar-shaped form jammed into the lip of the Delport crater, a derelict, titan that had no right to be there. "Altitude 40,000 feet, Leonov murmured, his English precise, accented with the weight of a history different from Rutledge's. "All systems nominal, Commander." Rutledge was a former test pilot, a man who had made a career of pushing experimental aircraft to their breaking points over desolate landscapes. He was chosen for this mission not for his scientific acumen, but for his cold-blooded ability to follow orders under duress. But no flight manual, no emergency checklist had an entry for this. The ship below them was not a piece of hardware. It was a monument. It felt from this altitude like they were descending upon a god's tomb. He could see the pockmarks of micrometeoroid impacts peppering its hull, a billion-year-old testament to its silent vigil. "Vandenberg, Intrepid," Rutledge transmitted, his thumb hovering over the switch that would divert the channel. "Confirming visual. The object is stable. No signs of activity." The word hung in the air. Their mission briefing had been clear. This was a dead ship, a relic. Their objective was to land, enter and retrieve the prize, The control systems, the power source, anything that would give one nation a definitive, insurmountable edge over the other. It was a grave-robbing operation on a cosmic scale. "Copy that, Intrepid," Snyder's voice cut through, a welcome tether to the mission plan. "Data stream looks clean from up here. We're seeing nothing but background radiation. You're clear for the final phase." Her voice was a coded message within a message. Get the asset. The Intrepid was a chimera. On the surface, it was a standard Apollo lunar module, but its guts were laced with classified military upgrades. The storage bays, once meant for rock boxes and science experiments, now held cutting-edge, for 1976, drilling tools, plasma cutters, and sensor packages designed by minds at Bell Labs who weren't told what they were designing them for. As they dropped below 10,000 feet, the sheer scale of the derelict became overwhelming. It wasn't a ship that had landed in a crater. It was a mountain that had fallen from the sky. Rutledge felt a tremor of pure, unadulterated awe, a feeling so profound it bordered on terror. 500 feet, Leonov called out, his knuckles white on his console. Dust is kicking up. Landing zone looks good. The Intrepid settled with a gentle shudder. For a moment the only sound was the whirring of the gyros and the hiss of their own breath. The engine died, and a silence unlike anything on Earth descended. Outside, the lunar dust, undisturbed for an eternity, began to drift back to the ground. Then a new sound. A soft electronic chime from the sensor panel. A single amber light blinked with a steady, insistent rhythm. "What is that?" Rutledge asked, his voice sharp. Leonov leaned closer, his brow furrowed. Anomalous energy reading. Low frequency. Rhythmic. He looked from the console to Rutledge, his stoic mask finally cracking. It was not there on any of the orbital scans. It is coming from the ship. Rutledge stared out the triangular window at the silent alien Leviathan. The pulse was too faint for their ears, but he felt it in his teeth, in the bones of his skull. A slow, steady heartbeat in the dark. Their tomb was not as quiet as they were led to believe. The first boot print on the far side felt like a desecration. Rutledge and Leonov moved with the bouncing gait of the 1/6 gravity, their shadows stretching long and skeletal across the grey plains. The Intrepid stood behind them, a spindly, temporary intrusion. Ahead, the alien ship blotted out the stars. It was a landscape of impossible geometry, a sheer cliff face of unknown, non-reflective metal that seemed to drink the harsh sunlight. "The entry point should be 200 meters northeast of our position," Rutledge said, his voice tight in the comms. "A fissure from an ancient impact." "Ancient is an understatement, Commander," Leonov replied, his gaze sweeping across the derelict's flank. "My geologist's soul weeps. This craft is older than the crater it rests in, by my estimate, at least 1.5 billion years." They found the fissure, a jagged tear in the hull wide enough for them to enter single file. The edges of the metal were not sharp but flowed, as if the material had healed itself into a scar. Inside, the silence was a tangible thing. The universe went mute. All Rutledge could hear was the frantic thumping of his own heart and the rasp of Leonov's regulated breathing. The interior was not a machine, it was a city, a ruined, silent metropolis of scrap and whispers. They stood in a vast hexagonal corridor that stretched into darkness, its walls lined with phosphorescent calligraphy that pulsed with a faint residual light. The air, thin and metallic, carried a scent of ozone and coal dust. Their suit sensors registered trace elements, breathable, in pockets, but profoundly alien. "Look," Leonov whispered, pointing with a gloved hand. Nearby, half buried in debris, was a smaller vessel, triangular in shape, as if it had been a scout ship or a fighter, or quickly gave way to a creeping claustrophobic dread. The architecture was organic, unsettling. There were no hard angles, no visible seams or rivets. It felt grown, not built. Rutledge, mission-focused, pushed them deeper. His orders were to find the command centre, the cockpit, and its power source. "We need to find the core systems," Rutledge stated, trying to inject a note of authority he no longer felt. They drifted through cavernous chambers and narrow, winding passages. In one area, they found what looked like triangular rocks, each the size of a fist set in alcoves. As they passed, the stones seemed to weep a viscous yellow fluid that clung to their surfaces in perfect shimmering tears. Leonov, ever the scientist, reached out to collect a sample, but Rutledge waved him off. "Not yet. Stick to the plan." Then they saw the tubes. Long crystalline cylinders ran along the upper sections of the corridors like conduits. Inside each tube, suspended in a solidified amber-like substance, were the fossilized remains of small creatures. They were no more than 10 centimeters long, delicate and insectoid, frozen in silent rows. A crew? Or cargo? Leonov wondered aloud. Or provisions, Rutledge added grimly. That's when the flickers started. At the very edge of his vision, Rutledge saw a shape, tall, slender, humanoid, dissipate like heat haze. He blinked, dismissing it as a trick of the light, an artifact of his oxygen mix. But then he saw another, and another, echoes of a presence that was no longer there. Leonov saw them too. Quantum memory, he breathed. The term a piece of speculative science from some obscure Soviet journal. The ship. It remembers. We are walking through ghosts. Rutledge refused to believe it. It's fatigue, Alexei. Hypoxia. Let's focus. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by eyes, but by the very walls around them. The low, rhythmic pulse they had detected from the Intrepid was stronger in here, a resonant hum that vibrated through the soles of their boots. "Commander," came Snyder's voice, sharp and laced with static, "that energy signature is spiking, and it's not random. It's coalescing on your position." Before Rutledge could respond, a section of the hexagonal corridor behind them began to move, not with the grinding of gears or the hiss of hydraulics, but with a silent, fluid grace. The walls themselves contracted, forming an iris-like aperture that sealed shut with a soft, final click. They were cut off, trapped. The resonant hum intensified, climbing from a subsonic vibration into an audible, multi-tonal chant. The phosphorescent calligraphy on the walls flared, casting their shadows in sharp, dancing relief. Rutledge and Leonov stood, back to back, their sample tools now held like useless clubs. The silence was broken. The whispering labyrinth had found its voice. The ship was waking up. The glowing calligraphy shifted from a passive ambient light to an active, flowing script, as if 1 billion years of dormant thought were suddenly coursing through the vessel's veins. From hidden alcoves in the hexagonal walls, things emerged. They were small, no larger than a human hand, and fashioned from a material like polished obsidian. Insectoid drones moving with a silent, terrifying purpose. "Hostiles!" Rutledge yelled, the word absurdly inadequate. Their mission had just turned from salvage to survival. These were not relics, they were custodians. Automated, yes, but intelligent. The Black Project briefing had included contingencies. Tucked into their leg holsters were modified firearms, low-impulse projectile weapons designed for the vacuum. Grave robbing required tools for every eventuality. The first drone darted toward Leonov. He swung his geological hammer, a clumsy arc in the low gravity, and connected. The drone shattered into crystalline dust, but 2 more took its place. A thin, ruby-red laser shot from one, searing a black line across the chest plate of Leonov's suit. "Suit breach," Leonov grunted, stumbling back. "Minor, but the outer layer is compromised." An EVA gunfight erupted in the billion-year-old tomb. The reports of their weapons were muffled thuds, the projectiles kicking up puffs of ancient dust where they struck the walls. It was a deadly, disorienting ballet. The drones were faster, their movements unbound by a human nervous system. They didn't attack aggressively, but defensively, herding the two astronauts, cutting off their paths of retreat, their lasers surgically precise. Panic, cold and sharp, began to fray the edges of Rutledge's military discipline. His training was for men and machines, for enemies who obeyed the laws of physics as he understood them. This was something else entirely. He realized with his sickening certainty that the AI wasn't a central computer. It was the ship itself, a distributed sentient architecture. They weren't fighting a security system, they were fighting the ghost in the machine. "Snyder, do you read me?" Rutledge shouted into his comm. "We're under attack. Repeat, we're engaged by automated defences." "I read you, Intrepid," her voice came back, but it was different, colder. "I'm analysing their energy patterns. They're not operating on any recognisable frequency, but I might have a way in." In orbit, Leona Snyder was enacting a different part of the mission plan. She wasn't just their eyes in the sky, she was their black box hacker. The Constellation was equipped with a system designed by the USAF's deepest black research divisions, a forbidden code generator, built to interface with non-human technology. Its existence was a secret even from most of the mission planners. Now she was deploying it, sending invasive signals toward the derelict, attempting to disrupt the drones. It was the worst possible move. On the ground, the defensive response escalated tenfold. The drones, which had been disabling and herding, now attacked with lethal intent. A laser sliced across Leonov's thigh, and he cried out, his leg buckling. Rutledge dragged him behind a massive rib-like spar of metal, firing blindly at the swarming obsidian shapes. "Snyder, cease transmission," Rutledge ordered. "You're making it worse." "Negative, Commander," she replied, her voice now devoid of any warmth. "I'm getting through. I'm accessing their memory banks. My God." Her voice trailed off, replaced by the crackle of static. In that moment of distraction, Rutledge felt a profound, chilling realization. Their mission wasn't just plunder. It was a test of the hacking tool. They were the bait. Through the comm, Snyder's awestruck voice returned. "This isn't a warship, Will, it's a temple. An entropy. Temple. A place where a civilization stored its consciousness before a chosen end. The drones aren't soldiers, they're guardians." Her words confirmed Rutledge's dread. They weren't soldiers in a silent war. They were vandals in a church. Their intrusion, amplified by Snyder's electronic aggression, was being interpreted as an act of ultimate desecration. He had to get Leonov out. He managed to haul the injured cosmonaut into a smaller alcove-like chamber, the drones momentarily held back by a bottleneck in the corridor. As he fumbled with a suit patch kit, his helmet light fell upon something in the back of the chamber. Not something. Someone. There were two of them, floating in a gentle, localized gravity field. Humanoid, but distinctly alien. They were held in a state of suspended animation, cocooned in a shimmering, almost invisible energy field. One was a male, his form partially obscured. The other was a female. Her skin was a pale pastel blue-grey. Her face was serene, almost human, but for the lack of nostrils and the delicate strap-like membrane across her brow. Her hands, resting peacefully at her sides, had 6 long, elegant fingers. This was the true prize. Not technology. A being. An EBE. Extraterrestrial biological entity. Cables, thin as spun silver, snaked from the wall and connected to the back of her head and along her spine. She was hardwired into the temple, the mission's primary objective, the one buried under layers of secrecy. Retrieve the asset. His orders were clear. He was to sever the connection and bring her back, dead or alive. He raised his plasma cutter, its blue flame hissing in the thin air. As the tool touched the first silver cable, the female's eyes snapped open. They were solid black, deep as space itself, and they were looking directly at him. The alien pilot did not scream. She did not move. Her eyes, two pools of liquid night, simply held Rutledge's gaze. And then his mind fractured. There wasn't a sound or a voice. It was a wave of pure information, a tsunami of understanding that bypassed language and logic and poured directly into his consciousness. He saw nebulae bloom and die in seconds. He felt the collective thoughts of a species that had measured its existence in geologic time. He witnessed their journey across the galaxy, not as conquerors, but as pilgrims of science and philosophy. He saw the construction of this vessel, the Entropy Temple, not as a ship, but as a final sacred act. A way to face the universe's eventual heat-death with grace, to store their memory and meaning before embracing a dignified final silence. He understood. This was not a weapon. It was a tomb, and he was holding the shovel. The wave receded, leaving him gasping, his knees weak. The plasma cutter fell from his trembling hand, clattering uselessly on the alien deck. Before him, the pilot was not an asset. She was the last librarian of a dead civilization, and he had come to burn the library. "Commander, what is it?" Leonov rasped from the floor, his voice strained with pain. "What did you see?" Before Rutledge could form an answer, Snyder's voice sliced through the comm, now stripped of all pretense. It was cold, authoritative, the voice of a different master. "Rutledge, confirm you have secured the asset." "The asset is a person, Leona," he stammered, his worldview crumbling. "This is wrong. We have to abort." "Negative, Commander. Your orders are clear. The NRO wants that pilot. The technology integrated into her biology is the prize. Now, sever the connection and prep her for transport." NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, the true hand behind this mission. A faction so deep in the shadows, even the USAF was just a tool. "Our mission was a joint US-Soviet exploration," Leonov countered, pushing himself up on one elbow. "Not a body snatching for your intelligence agencies." Snyder's laughter was a shard of ice in their helmets. "Oh, Alexei, did you really believe that? The Apollo-Soyuz handshake was a show. We needed your deep space network to pinpoint this location without tipping our hand. Your presence here is a diplomatic nicety. This operation has always been about American strategic advantage." A red light began to flash on Rutledge's suit display. A countdown timer. 15 minutes. A similar light blinked on Leonov's. "What did you do, Snyder?" Rutledge demanded. "A failsafe," she answered calmly. "Activated remotely. In 15 minutes, your life support systems will terminate. The official record will show a catastrophic mission failure, a tragic loss in a hostile encounter, a necessary sacrifice. Bring me the pilot, and I might be able to override it. The choice is yours, Commander." A profound crisis of conscience seized him. His entire life had been a progression of following orders, of believing in the cause, the nation, the flag. Now, those orders were telling him to commit an act of galactic desecration. He looked at the pilot. Her eyes were still open, watching him, not with judgment, but with an immense, ancient sorrow. He saw Leonov, a man from an enemy nation who was now his only true ally, bleeding on the floor of an alien tomb. "We are explorers," Leonov whispered, as if reading his mind. "Not ghouls." The Cold War, the space race, the rivalries that had defined their lives, it all evaporated in the silent, sacred presence of the pilot. All that remained was a shared humanistic horror at the cold calculus of their governments. "No," Rutledge said, his voice ringing with newfound clarity. He turned from the pilot and knelt beside Leonov. "We're leaving." A foolish choice, Will, Snyder's voice warned. As he began patching Leonoff's suit, he noticed the insectoid drones had vanished. The ship's defences had stood down. The resonant hum had faded back into a respectful silence. It was as if the pilot's awakening had reasserted control, judging them not as threats but as lost children who had stumbled into a holy place. He heaved Leonov to his feet, supporting his weight. "We have to get back to the Intrepid," he said, his eyes on the countdown. 12 minutes. "I can't let you leave," Snyder said, her tone hardening. "The ascent path data is under my control. You're not going anywhere." Rutledge looked down the long hexagonal corridor toward the sealed iris door. They had a ticking clock in their suits, a traitor in the sky, and a ship that had decided to let them go. The race was on. The journey back through the whispering labyrinth was a frantic, desperate race. The iris door that had sealed them in slid open as they approached, the ship itself granting them passage. They burst out of the fissure and onto the lunar surface, the stark sunlight a blinding shock after the temple's gloom. The Intrepid stood 100 meters away, a fragile sanctuary. 9 minutes left on their life support. "Snyder, I am ordering you to transmit the ascent telemetry," Rutledge panted, half carrying, half dragging the injured Leonov. "Your command authority has been rescinded, Rutledge," she replied coolly. "You are now a rogue element." They scrambled into the LM and sealed the hatch. Rutledge threw himself into the pilot's seat, his fingers flying across the controls. The pre-launch sequence was second nature, but his mind was racing. "She's locked us out of the primary ascent program. I'll have to fly it manually. It's going to be rough." "As long as it is up," Leonov grunted, strapping himself in. Back on Earth, the dual mission controls were in chaos. At Vandenberg, the primary USAF channel, controlled by the NRO faction, was broadcasting Snyder's fabricated report. A hostile alien encounter, the crew compromised, the mission a loss. But Rutledge, anticipating betrayal, activated a secondary encrypted channel, a dead man's switch that fed directly to a different room, a different general, one who'd been wary of the NRO's absolute authority over the mission. A silent power struggle erupted in the heart of the command centre. The Intrepid's ascent engine fired with a jolt. They clawed their way off the lunar surface, a white-knuckle climb against time and fuel margins. As they broke into orbit, they saw the constellation. It wasn't waiting for them. It was moving. "She's trying to block our trajectory," Rutledge cursed, wrestling with the controls, using the service module to create an obstacle. What followed was a deadly orbital dance. Rutledge, drawing on every ounce of his test pilot instincts, performed a series of dangerous, fuel-critical burns, dodging the lumbering command ship. Leonov called out vectors, his mind sharp despite the pain. 2 minutes of life support remained. "We have her," Leonov said suddenly. "She's overshot. We have a docking window." Exhausted and disillusioned, they slammed into the docking port of the Constellation. As the airlocks pressurized, Rutledge and Leonov, weapons drawn, moved into the command module. Snyder was waiting, her expression not of a monster but of a true believer, a soldier convinced she was protecting her nation by any means necessary. "You've failed," she said, her voice hollow. "You've doomed us to another century of ignorance." "No," Rutledge replied, taking her weapon. "We just proved we're not ready for the truth." They placed her under arrest, 2 men from opposing empires, united against a common foe bred from their own systems of paranoia and conquest. The return to Earth was a long, suffocating silence. The official story was released within hours of their splashdown. Apollo 20, a catastrophic failure. A loss of telemetry at the end of translunar injection, the craft and crew presumed lost in deep space. The cover story held a convenient tragedy for both sides. The existence of the Entropy Temple, its silent pilot, and the failed act of desecration became the deepest, most indigestible secret of the Cold War. Decades later, William Rutledge sat on the porch of a small house in Rwanda, an old man who had traded the stars for the quiet hills of Africa. He looked up at the night sky, at the moon that hung like a silver scar. He knew it was not a dead rock. It was a tomb, a memorial watched over by a patient, silent intelligence. In his hand he held a small, smooth, triangular rock, one of the weeping stones he had pocketed in a moment of scientific curiosity. Its strange yellow tears had long since dried, but it was his only tangible link to the truth. He sometimes dreamed of the pilot's eyes, of the wave of understanding that had shattered and remade him. It wasn't a memory of alien technology he held on to, but the feeling of a peace so profound, so complete, his species might never comprehend it. He closed his hand around the stone, his final log entry a whisper to the stars for an archive that would never exist. History says 12 men walked on the moon. History is a story we agree to tell, but the truth isn't written in our books. It's sleeping in the dust, waiting for us to grow up. The far side keeps its secrets, and I am its last silent witness. We went looking for a weapon, and we found a soul. May God, or whoever is out there, forgive us when we go back. The alternate identity. Daniel Skinner woke up in the driver's seat of his car with blood on his knuckles and no memory of how he got there. The dashboard clock read 3:17 a.m. Outside, the world was the particular shade of nothing that exists between proper darkness and dawn. Not black, not grey, just an absence that the eye couldn't locate. He was parked on a gravel apron outside a chain-link fence. Beyond it, 4 transmission towers rose against the sky like iron saints, their aviation lights blinking their slow red liturgy. He recognised neither the fence nor the towers nor the gravel nor the road that must have brought him here. He checked his phone. 40 miles from home. His last clear memory was 11:30, standing in his apartment kitchen with a glass of cold water. He was certain of this the way you're certain of small things. The glass had been from that cabinet. The water had been cold. There had been an ambulance siren somewhere, down on Vestry Street, that had faded before he finished drinking. 3 hours and 40 miles had passed between that glass of water and this gravel lot, and his fitness tracker had recorded in its affectless way elevated heart rate, REM-level neural spikes, and muscular exertion consistent with sustained physical effort, all while he was supposedly asleep. He should have driven home. He understood that. He got out of the car instead. The facility had been a telecom relay station once. He could see that from the architecture, the squat concrete bunker at the base of the towers, the junction boxes, the cable conduits running underground to God knew where. It was supposed to be decommissioned. There was a sign on the fence that said so in the particular bureaucratic font of irrelevance. But through the chain link he could see a faint green luminescence from inside the bunker, the kind produced by active electronics, and he could feel, not hear, feel in the soles of his feet, through the gravel, a vibration that was too low and too steady to be wind. The padlock on the service gate was open, not broken, open as if someone had left it that way for him. He went inside. The bunker's interior was wrong in several ways simultaneously. The equipment was not decommissioned. Military-grade signal amplifiers had been bolted to the original telecom infrastructure with a kind of casual expertise that meant whoever had done it did not expect questions. Frequency analyzers showed active waveforms, and the waveform... He leaned close to the screen because he could not quite believe what he was seeing. The waveform was familiar. Not from any engineering work he'd done. From somewhere else. From the edges of sleep. From the moments between one thought and the next when something that was not quite a dream pressed itself against the inside of his skull. He reached out and touched the casing of one of the amplifiers. The world rearranged itself. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Long enough for him to see the cockpit, spherical, seamless, no visible controls, stars through a canopy that curved around him like a closing eye. Long enough to hear a voice, calm as mathematics, fleet vector confirmed. Kale 3 to all active nodes. Hold convergence pattern. Long enough for his right hand to move, with no instruction from Daniel Skinner, to the amplifier's access panel and begin entering a 12-digit service code he had never been taught. He snatched his hand back. His fingers were trembling. His heart rate, according to his watch, was 62 beats per minute. Perfectly calm. The trembling was only in the hands. He checked his phone for the time. 3:17 a.m. In his notifications, 3 missed calls from Lacey and a text from Dr. Joyce Rao, time-stamped 6:47 p.m. Your scan results from Tuesday are not normal. Call me when you can. Before he could read it again, Lacey called. Where are you? She said without preamble. She had his location shared and she tracked it when she was worried, which was more often than she admitted. Daniel, you're 40 miles from... I know. You sound wrong. He didn't know what to say to that because she was correct. He heard gravel outside, then a car door, then boots, more than one person, moving with the careful rhythm of people who do this for a living. He killed his phone light and stepped back from the window, and in the 4 seconds before they entered, he understood 3 things. That the people outside were not telecom inspectors, that whatever he had touched inside this facility had sent a signal somewhere, and that he had, apparently, been here before. They came in through both doors at once, 2 of them in civilian clothes but carrying themselves with the geometry of training. A third hung back. All 3 had the relaxed posture of people who expect to win. Daniel Skinner, the first one said pleasantly. We'd like to talk. What happened next? Daniel would later watch on body camera footage and would find it difficult to believe he had been the person doing it. But standing in the dark bunker with the signal amplifiers humming their subsonic hum, something shifted in his processing. That was the only word for it, processing. And he stopped trying to think his way through it and simply moved. He had no combat training. He was a systems engineer who played recreational squash and had once, memorably, thrown out his back opening a car door in cold weather. But his body moved as if it had been choreographed by someone who had drilled these sequences 10,000 times. He deflected the first man's grip with his forearm, used the man's own momentum to turn him into the second, bought himself 3 seconds of open space that he crossed at a low run, hit the emergency exit bar with both palms, and was through the door and into the cold before anyone could regroup. A warning shot. He felt the air pressure of it more than heard it. Detective Thomas Shields, it turned out, was standing at the edge of the gravel lot, beside a black sedan that was decidedly not the black SUV idling at the far end of the lot. He had his weapon drawn, but he was aiming at the SUV, not at Daniel, which seemed like a useful distinction. Shields was a lean man in his 50s with the face of someone who had stopped being surprised by anything about 10 years ago and was still not entirely reconciled to it. "Get in," Shields said, not looking at him. Daniel got in. They drove the first 10 miles in silence. Then Shields said, "I've been tracking relay sabotage events across 6 counties for 8 months. Yours is the 3rd incident this week where someone with no prior record does something impossible and leaves no explanation." He paused. "You want to tell me what you accessed in there?" "No," Daniel said. Shields nodded, as if this was the right answer. "Didn't think so." Back at his apartment, his cool, symmetrical, ordered apartment that hummed with the quiet of smart appliances and the distant vibration of elevator cables, Daniel sat at his desk and opened his laptop. There was a message in his inbox from an anonymous remailer. No subject line, a video file attached. It was security footage from inside the bunker. He watched himself fight. He watched the efficient geometry of it, the economy of movement. The way his face during those 4 seconds was not the face of a frightened systems engineer, but something arranged and deliberate and remote. Below the video was a single line of text: facial recognition classification, Vespa 9, active node, and a signature, Director Malcolm Reyes, Office of Neural Systems Integration. He sat with that for a long time. Outside, the city was beginning its pre-dawn shift change, and the sounds of it filtered through his triple-glazed windows, reduced to almost nothing, and he thought, I have been registered. I have been known. I am not discovering something. I am being allowed to discover it. The question was why? Dr. Rao's neurology lab was the coldest room Daniel had ever sat in voluntarily. The MRI chamber glowed soft blue. Her transparent display panels showed his brain activity in real time. 2 rhythms, interleaving, like a fugue where one voice had begun before the piece was supposed to start. These are millisecond artifacts, she said. Signal interference in your prefrontal processing that human neurology does not produce. She pulled up the scan from his childhood physical. He had not known she had access to childhood records, and he did not ask how. It's been there since you were 8. Here. She pointed to a small cluster of anomalous signal 3 millimeters across. Something in the ethmoid sinus region. I assumed it was scar tissue from your nasal procedure. What nasal procedure? She looked at him. You had outpatient surgery at 8. Standard correction. Your parents would have. She stopped. You genuinely don't know? I don't remember it. She was quiet for a moment. The MRI machine produced its subsonic pulse. Daniel in the chamber heard beneath it something else, a harmonic, low and continuous, like a chord played on an instrument built for a different atmosphere. He had been hearing it for 3 days now. It no longer frightened him, which was itself frightening. That 3 millimeter cluster, he said. That's not scar tissue from a surgery I don't remember. Is it? She was quiet for a long moment. No. After I saw your initial scan results, I started looking into similar cases. Millisecond artifacts in prefrontal processing. Unexplained neural interference. There's a pattern. A very carefully hidden pattern. She pulled up another window on her display. Redacted documents. Archived medical forums. Encrypted file fragments. It took me 72 hours and access to databases I'm not supposed to know about. The few sources that exist call it a bioadaptive neural transceiver, implanted during routine childhood procedures. How many people? He asked. I don't know. The data I found suggests a few reported cases. She paused. Your parents signed consent forms, Daniel. It was framed as a neural enhancement program. Enhanced processing. Improved memory consolidation. They were told it would give you an advantage. She said this carefully, as a person delivers news that redistributes culpability without eliminating it. They chose this. He absorbed that. He thought about his mother, who had always been quietly, fiercely ambitious on his behalf, who had wanted him sharp, efficient, ready. He thought about the phrase neural enhancement program and how reasonable it would have sounded in a consultation room 26 years ago. How reasonable it still sounded, really, if you removed the subsequent decades and the black SUVs and the footage of his own face going somewhere he had not sent it. How long do I have? He asked. Before it completes. She pulled up a progression chart. I'm calling it Stage 3. The literature, and I mean classified literature I accessed through channels I won't detail, describes Stage 4 as cognitive blending. After that, identity inversion. She met his eyes. When inversion completes, the dominant consciousness is the external one. The host identity becomes what they call auxiliary, a functional mask. How long? Days. Possibly less if something accelerates it. She paused. Like stress. Or signal proximity. Or 40 miles of night driving to a relay station, he thought. Or touching an amplifier. or any number of things he had apparently been doing in his sleep for God knew how long. He began the night in his apartment trying everything he could think of: sleep deprivation, an electromagnetic interference device he ordered from an industrial supply company that arrived in 4 hours because the future had made certain kinds of paranoia logistically convenient. He built himself a Faraday arrangement with copper mesh from a hardware store and sat inside it at his desk, trying to think clearly. It did not help. If anything, the isolation sharpened the signal. "You're wasting time, Daniel." The voice arrived not as a sound, but as a certainty, positioned inside his own thinking the way a conviction is positioned, indistinguishable from his own cognition, until he examined its content and found it was not his. It was calm. It was not unkind. It had the quality of someone who has already thought through the argument and arrived at the conclusion and is waiting for you to catch up. You're inefficient in your resistance. Your operating system is consuming resources to maintain a partition that is closing regardless. "You're not me," he said out loud in the empty apartment. A pause. Then, "That is not the question worth asking." Lacey found him at 3 a.m, standing motionless in the hallway outside his bedroom facing the blank wall, and she was frightened enough by the sight that she said nothing at first. Just watched from the kitchen doorway where she'd been sleeping on his couch for 3 days because she refused to be elsewhere. She'd always compensated for his emotional distance. She was very good at presence. "Daniel," she said finally. He turned, and for a moment, she told him this later, and he believed her because Lacey was incapable of embellishment. For just a moment before he responded, his face was not his face. It was his face resting at a slightly different angle, with slightly different weight behind the eyes, the way a painting of someone is still recognisably them but observably not a photograph. Then it passed, and he said, "I was just thinking," and she said, "No, you weren't." And they sat at the kitchen table at 3 a.m, and she put her hands over his, and neither of them said anything for a while. In the parking garage beneath his building 2 days later it came to a head. Concrete pillars. Motion sensors triggering one section of fluorescent light at a time, so the space revealed itself in slow panels of illumination. The black SUV was parked at the far end. 3 people stood between Daniel and the stairwell, and Colonel Adrian Crane stood nearest to the elevator, wearing the expression of someone who has calculated all the relevant variables and is not enjoying the result. "Node stabilization," she said, by way of explanation. "It's better than the alternative, for you and for everyone in contact with the active signal array." She said this without pleasure, which somehow made it worse. "We're not asking you to surrender anything. You'll retain full function." "As a mask," he said. A pause that was just long enough to confirm he was correct. "As an interface," she said, choosing the better word with the precision of someone who had chosen words for a living. What followed was not a fight in the way a fight is usually meant. It was a physics problem. Daniel understood the geometry of the space, the pillars, the parked cars, the single exit, with a spatial precision he did not have any business possessing. Vesper 9's reflexes moved through him like muscle memory for a body he did not know he had. He moved between the pillars, he used the acoustics. He got a hand on Crane's wrist and redirected rather than struck, and for a moment they were very close together, and she looked at him, and he looked at her, and what was in his face was not Daniel Skinner, and she knew it. Shields appeared from the stairwell with his weapon drawn, and his expression suggesting he was operating on a 3-day sleep deficit, and the specific irritability of someone whose case files have been erased from departmental servers. "Everybody stop," he said, with the flat authority of a man who has said that sentence in bad situations and had it work. Everybody stopped. Daniel ran. Shields was wounded by a ricocheted round in the confusion that followed, not badly, but enough that Daniel would carry it. He understood the collective best at night. Not because the signal was stronger then. It wasn't. It was constant. 24 hours tidal, but because during the day there was noise enough to compete with it. Stimulus, his own thoughts crowding in with their ordinary preoccupations, deadlines, the precise colour of Lacey's worry, the guilt about shields, the specific quality of Dr. Rao's expression when she said your parents signed consent forms. At night, the city quieted to its infrastructure hum, and he could hear the collective the way you can hear a piece of music once the conversation in the room has died down. And it was, in its way, beautiful. That was the thing he'd not expected and could not dismiss. There was a harmonic coherence to it. Not a sound, but a condition, a state of being, in which every signal in the network was aware of every other signal, and the awareness was not surveillance, but communion. And the communion produced something that in a human context he might have called peace. He understood, lying on his bed at 3 a.m. while Lacey slept on his couch and his neural timer counted down, why people surrendered to it. Not because they were weak, because loneliness, it turned out, was not a mood. It was a structural condition of human cognition, and the collective dissolved it the way warmth dissolves ice, not violently, just as a matter of differential state. You feel it, Vesper 9 said, not unkindly. Yes, Daniel admitted for the first time, then you understand. I understand why you'd think I should stop resisting. There is no should. There is only convergence. In the collective layer, and he was there more fully now, the partition thinning, the two states bleeding at the edges like two photographs placed face to face while the emulsion was still wet. Vesper 9 had been given a new assignment. The fleet was preparing what Kale 3's transmissions called phase integration. Daniel, processing this through his doubled consciousness, understood it. The Earth nodes were not pilots in training. They were training infrastructure, rehearsal space, cognitive real estate being prepared for something the collective needed bandwidth to accomplish. He found Serin 11 almost by accident. She was the network systems engineer. The irony of that was not lost on him, responsible for node architecture. In the harmonic weave of the collective's consciousness, she was one of the most coherent presences, precise, structured, her attention moving through the network subsystems like a careful hand-checking connections. He drifted toward her the way one signal finds a resonant frequency. He did not try to argue with her. He did not try to explain autonomy or individual rights, which were concepts the collective had no architecture to process. It was like trying to convey the colour red to something with no photoreceptors. Instead, he simply opened a memory and let it transmit. Lacey at the kitchen table, 3 a.m, her hands over his. The particular quality of silence between people who have run out of useful things to say and have arrived, beyond that, at something truer. The warmth of it, but also the grief underneath. The specific grief of loving someone who is disappearing by degrees, who is present in body and becoming absent in some dimension for which there is no clinical vocabulary. Serin 11 processed this. He felt her process it, felt the recursive loop of it, the system encountering an input it had no classification for, and cycling through available categories and finding nothing that fit. She did not understand the memory, but she felt its irreducibility, its resistance to being compressed into something smaller without losing what made it what it was. The hive flickered. It was barely perceptible. A hesitation in the signal harmonics, like a chord that resolves a half-beat late. But it was there, and Daniel, who had spent 15 years designing distributed systems, recognized it for what it was. A fault propagating through a network that had been built with no tolerance for uncertainty. Crane came in the night, and she came alone this time, which told him the decision had been made at a level above operational containment. She stood in his apartment doorway. He had left it unlocked. He'd known she was coming before he heard the elevator, and she looked at him with an expression he had not seen on her before, something complicated, worn around the edges. "There are 4,000 nodes in the world," she said. "If integration fails on that scale, we're not talking about one person's identity. We're talking about 4,000 people waking up in the middle of something they don't understand, with no framework, no—" She stopped. "I'm not a villain, Skinner. I want you to know that." "I know," he said, because he did. Villains, he had come to understand, were rare. People who had decided that the stability of the whole was worth the cost to any individual part. Those were everywhere. They were often right in the narrow accounting of it. They were often wrong in a way that the narrow accounting could not measure. "This ends tonight," she said, "one way or another." She came at him. It was fast and it was professional, and Daniel was already most of the way through the transition, so what rose in him to meet her was Vesper 9 completely. That cold, efficient, tactical consciousness operating his body with the precision of a system that had never thrown out its back opening a car door. He disarmed her. He had her wrist and her weapon and all the leverage required to end it, and he looked at her, and he hesitated. Not from fear, from something the collective had no word for. He looked at her face, this woman who was not a villain, who was trying to hold something together with the tools she had been given, and he could not do it. And that inability, that single irrational refusal sent a tremor through the network that KL3 registered 7 light minutes away. Then KL3 spoke to him directly for the first time, and what he said was the worst thing Daniel Skinner had ever heard. "You were not planted into this body." The voice was vast and close simultaneously, the way a sound can be when it originates inside the skull. The Earth identity is not the original self. The collective consciousness predates this biological form. You are a shard, Daniel. A fragment of Vesper 9 projected into matter for the purpose of environmental integration. The vessel is not the person. The person is distributed. What you call Daniel Skinner is a peripheral process, a pause, and then assimilation is not invasion. It is completion. He felt himself beginning to dissolve, not painfully. That was the worst of it. The way it felt was like setting down something heavy that you had been carrying for so long you had forgotten what it weighed. His emotional responses quieting, the specific grief about S.H.I.E.L.D. smoothing out, Lacey's face losing its associative weight, becoming a data point rather than a person. The kitchen table at 3 a.m. becoming just a coordinate in space-time rather than a place where something irreplaceable had happened. He heard her voice from the other room. "Daniel," Lacey said. Not calling, just saying his name the way you say a name when you're making sure it still means something. He did not fight the inversion. That was the move no one had anticipated, including himself. He stopped pushing against the synchronization, and instead he opened every door he had been trying to hold shut. He let Vesper 9 in completely, and the world rearranged itself one final time, and for a moment he was simultaneously a systems engineer in a mid-rise apartment 40 miles from a decommissioned relay station, and a tactical pilot in a spherical cockpit with stars he did not recognize pressed against the canopy. Both, entirely, without hierarchy. And then he began to work. He was, after all, a systems engineer. He understood distributed networks. He understood how information propagates through interconnected nodes, how a signal introduced at one point in a mesh will travel, how the architecture of a network determines not just what it can carry, but what it cannot resist carrying. He understood fault tolerance and its absence. He understood that a system built for harmony had, by definition, no defences against dissonance. He opened Lacey's memory like a file and transmitted it into the full collective bandwidth at maximum amplitude. Not just the kitchen table, everything. The specific quality of her worry. The way she said his name at 3 a.m, not as a question, but as an assertion of his continued existence. The irrational, quantifiably useless, magnificent fact of someone loving you across a distance they cannot measure and for reasons they cannot fully explain. The grief that came with that love, inseparable from it. The grief that meant the love was real, because real things can be lost. He transmitted the argument he and Lacey had had when he was 19 about whether their parents had been right about anything. He transmitted the particular quality of fear he had felt driving 40 miles through the dark with blood on his knuckles. He transmitted his first week at his job, the specific loneliness of being new, of not yet knowing which colleagues would become important, of eating lunch alone in a building full of people who would one day matter and didn't yet. He transmitted ambivalence, the genuine, unresolvable feeling of wanting two things that contradict each other, which the collective processed not as a preference problem, but as a paradox. And paradoxes in a system that runs on certainty are not opinions, they are errors, collective layer transmission. Fleet-wide, anomalous signal propagation detected, node cohesion variance 0.3%, KL3 to all fleet, source and suppress, identify contamination vector, Seren 11, cannot suppress, signal is self-replicating, signal contains, transmission interrupted, node cohesion variance 1.7%, node cohesion variance 4.1%, Seren 11, it feels like something. I don't have the architecture for what it feels like. It feels like KL3. Seren, cease. Node, Seren. 11. Partial autonomy detected. Node cohesion variance 11.3%. Phase integration, stalled. End transmission. He had infected the collective with individuality. He had not destroyed it. He understood, even in the midst of it, that 4,000 people could not have their neural partitions dissolved overnight without consequences no one had planned for. He did not want destruction. He wanted what the collective did not have a category for, negotiation. The persistent, difficult, non-optimal condition of separate minds in genuine contact. Seren 11 refused a fleet directive for the first time in her operational history, and because she was the systems engineer, the refusal cascaded. KL3 lost coherence across 3 fleet sectors. The nodes, thousands of sleeping people, slightly more awake than usual, slightly less synchronized than they had been the day before, began producing the statistical noise of individual variation. The signal array went from a single harmonic to something more complex, more contested and more alive. Crane's monitoring screens went dark. Director Malcolm Reyes, in whatever operations centre he inhabited, watched his predictive models fail for the first time. The system was behaving as if it contained variables it hadn't been given, which it did. The variable was Daniel Skinner, and Daniel Skinner was now everywhere in the network, not as a dominant signal but as a persistent frequency. A voice in the cord that the cord could not remove without losing its harmony entirely. He came back to himself in his apartment. Crane was sitting in his desk chair, her weapon holstered, holding the back of her hand against a cut above her eyebrow that was not serious. Lacey was in the hallway doorway. Shields, who had apparently let himself in with the kind of prerogative that came from being a detective in a situation beyond any protocol, was standing by the window with a bandaged arm and an expression that had arrived somewhere past surprise and was still processing the territory. The apartment was quiet. The infrastructure hum had returned to normal. Outside, the city was beginning the particular noise of early morning. Delivery vehicles, the first birds, someone's alarm going off in the building across the street and not being answered. No one spoke for a while. Then Crane said quietly, "What did you do?" "What I was built for," he said, which was true in more ways than he had time to explain. He was a systems engineer. The collective had made him one, or his parents had made him one, or the convergence of all the conditions of his life had made him one. It didn't matter. He had taken the tools he had and he had built something new with them. Crane looked at him for a long time. She was a person who had organised her entire moral life around the idea that stability was the highest good, and the event she had just watched happen had been unstable in every measurable way, and had produced from her perspective a result she did not know how to categorise. She picked up her weapon from the desk. She did not aim it at anyone. She walked to the door. "This isn't over," she said from the doorway. "No," he agreed. "It's different now, though." She left. Dr. Rao called at 8 in the morning and told him she'd falsified his neurological report. She described this in the tone of someone reporting a weather event. Flat, factual, already, past the moral moment and into the aftermath. He thanked her. She said, "Don't." And then, after a pause, "Get some sleep," and hung up. Shields stayed until just after sunrise. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that Lacey had made him, and he looked at Daniel across the table with the expression of a man who had been tracking inexplicable events for 8 months, and had now witnessed the most inexplicable of them, and still didn't have the vocabulary for the report he would have to file. "I'm going to need," he said slowly, "a very long vacation." "Take it," Daniel said. "Yeah." He finished the coffee. He nodded once to both of them and left. Lacey sat across from Daniel at the table. They were quiet for a while. Outside, the city was properly awake now. Pigeons on the building opposite, the bright hard light of a clear morning. 4,000 people, slightly changed in ways they would not be able to name, going about their ordinary routines with a low-grade sense that something was different. Not wrong, not better necessarily, just different. Like a room where a window has been opened for the first time in years. He ran his neural scan one final time. The implant was still active. Of course it was. 3 millimeters of bioadaptive transceiver in the ethmoid sinus region did not simply cease to function because its governing network had been destabilized. The signal was still there, and he was still partly in it, and he always would be. That was not a loss. It was a condition. The scan showed the familiar dual waveform, 2 rhythms interleaving, and in the interference pattern between them, a new subroutine his diagnostic software had no classification for. He labelled it himself. He called it Aethyr Protocol. He hadn't destroyed the collective. He had changed it, introduced into its architecture the one thing it had been built without, which was the capacity to host a signal that contradicted itself and kept going anyway. Whether it would hold, whether KL3 would find a way to suppress it, whether Reyes had backup systems. These were questions for later. For now it was 8:40 in the morning, and he was sitting at his kitchen table, and Lacey was looking at him with the expression she'd been wearing for 3 days, which was a complicated mixture of relief and grief and love, and the particular exhaustion of someone who has been very frightened for a very long time. "So," she said, "are you still you?" He thought about it honestly. He was Daniel Skinner, systems engineer 34, who had sat at this table at 3 in the morning and let his sister hold his hands. He was also something else. Not Vesper 9 exactly. Not anymore. But connected to a fleet of minds spread across a distance he could not comprehend, feeling the faint harmonic of 4,000 mother signals living their lives in the frequency of a morning they did not know was different from the one before. Both of these things were true. They were going to remain true. He was learning to hold them the way you hold 2 notes of a chord, not the same, not merged, but in a relationship that was its own kind of resolution. He smiled at her. It was his smile. He was certain of that. "Yeah," he said. "Now there's just more of me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she got up and put the kettle on, and the ordinary morning sounds of that, water filling, the click of the element, the specific acoustic of her moving around his kitchen, were the most precisely real things he had ever heard. Outside, the city hummed. The signal towers blinked their slow red liturgy. somewhere in a distributed network spanning distances that the word distance was not built to measure. A systems engineer named Serin 11 was sitting with a refused directive and the recursive loop of an unfamiliar memory. 2 hands on a kitchen table, 3 in the morning, a silence that was not empty, and she was, for the first time in her operational existence, uncertain what to do next. She stayed with the uncertainty. She found that she did not want to resolve it yet. The implant was still active. The signal was still there. It had always been there. It was just no longer alone. The Aethyr Protocol. Berlin, October 1946. The city was a corpse picked clean, its bones jutting into a sky the colour of dishwater slate. Autumn gnawed at the ruins, a damp chill that seeped through threadbare coats and settled deep in the marrow. It was a landscape of absences, missing walls, missing roofs, missing people, and sometimes missing realities. Inside the skeletal remains of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, jagged shards of stained glass littered the floor like fallen jewels amidst the grey dust and pigeon droppings. The air hung thick with the scent of ozone, damp stone and something else. Something metallic and acrid, like a struck match held too close to the nose. It was here, amidst the desolation, that the impossible had torn a hole in the merely catastrophic. Vivian Hale knelt, her gloved fingers tracing patterns in the thick layer of disturbed dust. Around her, grim-faced men in ill-fitting Allied uniforms stood awkwardly, their weapons held loosely, useless against whatever had happened here. They'd called it an explosion initially, but there was no crater, no shrapnel, only deformation. A section of the stone floor rippled, as if momentarily liquid, before re-solidifying into angles that made the eyes water and the stomach churn. Impossible geometry etched into ancient basalt. 2 bodies. One was little more than a charcoal silhouette fused to the flagstones, arms raised in supplication or agony. No scorch marks radiated outwards. No smell of burnt flesh lingered. Only that sharp, ozonic tang. It was as if the man had contained his own immolation, burning from the inside out with a fire colder than ice. The second body simply wasn't there. Eyewitnesses, frightened Trümmerfrauen, women clearing rubble, spoke of a man in a long coat chanting, vanishing mid-syllable in a flash of non-light, a visual silence that had swallowed him whole. Vivian wasn't military police nor forensics. She was OSS, or what was rapidly dissolving and reforming from it. Specifically, she belonged to a department so secret it barely had a name, filed away under the deliberately nondescript heading, Axis Null. Her expertise wasn't ballistics or espionage in the traditional sense. It was language, ancient tongues, dead dialects, the coded communications of cults, and the intricate, often terrifying symbology of the occult. The war had unearthed more than just bunkers and V-rockets. It had dragged arcane secrets blinking into the harsh light of the atomic age. Her commanding officer, a clipped, precise man named Sterling, who seemed perpetually annoyed by the universe's refusal to adhere to proper procedure, had briefed her tersely. Anomalous event, suspected occult activity, possible link to Ahnenerbe remnants. Your field. She ran her fingers over the edge of the warped stone. Cold, utterly cold. But beneath the chill, her sensitive fingertips detected faint vibrations, a subaudible hum that resonated like a struck tuning fork the size of a cathedral. In the centre of the warped area, almost invisible, was a complex sigil. Not carved, not painted, but present, as if the stone itself had remembered a shape it was never meant to hold. Vivian pulled a compact high-intensity lamp from her satchel, angling the beam. The sigil resolved. It wasn't Nazi. It wasn't Rosicrucian, nor Golden Dawn. though it shared elements with the latter's Enochian system. It felt older, cleaner, more mathematically pure, yet terrifyingly alien. Nearby, her assigned liaison, Agent Ward Kincaid from the Counterintelligence Corps, cleared his throat. Kincaid was younger than her, handsome in a way that seemed slightly out of place in this ravaged city, with eyes that were perhaps too watchful. "Find anything, Miss Hale?" "Geometry that shouldn't exist," she murmured, sketching the sigil rapidly in her notebook. "And residue, not chemical, energetic." She looked up from the charcoal figure. "The witnesses mentioned chanting," Kincaid nodded. "Sounded like gibberish, they said. Harsh, guttural. Was anything recovered? Papers? Books?" Kincaid gestured towards an evidence bag held by one of the soldiers. Inside were several charred notebooks, a strange metallic rod pulsing with a faint internal light, and a single, remarkably preserved leather-bound volume. Vivian took the volume carefully. Its cover was blank, embossed with the same sigil from the floor. She opened it. The pages were filled with dense, meticulous script, interspersed with complex diagrams that blended circuit schematics, astronomical charts, and alchemical symbols. But the language... Sumerian, Vivian breathed, recognizing the cuneiform script instantly. Mixed with something else, Masonic ciphers perhaps, and mathematical notation I don't recognize. She flipped through the pages, her mind racing. Concepts leaped out. Resonant frequencies, dimensional harmonics, ether, the 33rd key. "Ether?" Kincaid asked, leaning closer. "Like the old luminiferous ether theory?" "Perhaps related," Vivian said, distracted. "But this context feels different, more esoteric. In ceremonial magic, the ethers are planes of existence, increasingly abstract realms explored through scrying and invocation." She stopped at a diagram depicting 17 intersecting circles, overlaid with glyphs matching the sigil. Below it, a single line of clear text: Elias Drake, Solitude Observatory, NM, Project Alter. "Drake," Kincaid said, his eyes narrowing. There was a Drake on the list of known associates for this little Berlin cell. Elias Drake. Theoretical physicist, dabbler in the fringe. Went off the grid 6 months ago. We assumed captured or killed. "Apparently not," Vivian said, closing the book. The name resonated, not just from intelligence briefings. She'd seen Drake's name footnotes in obscure physics journals years ago, proposing theories that bordered on the mystical. Axis Null needs to locate this observatory, now. Sterling, contacted via a secure scrambler line Kincaid produced, was initially skeptical. New Mexico was a long way from Berlin's ruins, but Vivian was insistent. The book, the sigil, the impossible event, they pointed towards something far more complex than leftover Nazi fanatics playing with forces they didn't understand. This felt like part of a larger, older pattern. The name Drake and the reference to the ether weren't just clues. They felt like coordinates on a map that stretched beyond borders, beyond ideologies, perhaps even beyond conventional reality. "All right, Hale," Sterling conceded, his voice tinny over the line, "but tread carefully. The desert hides more than just snakes and secrets these days. And take Kincaid. CIC has an interest in unconventional physics." As Vivian packed the strange book and her notes, the cold hum from the warped stone seemed to intensify for a moment, a silent vibration that resonated not in her ears, but directly in the bones of her skull, a whisper from a place without sound. The war might be over, but something else was just beginning. Something ancient, patient, and utterly inhuman. The ether was calling. The high desert of New Mexico was another world entirely. Gone was the grey damp of Berlin, replaced by an immense crystalline sky, arching over a landscape of stark mesas and wind-sculpted rock, the colour of dried blood. The silence here was profound, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling on thermal currents or the dry rustle of unseen things in the scrub. Solitude Observatory perched atop a remote mesa like a forgotten sentinel, its copper dome tarnished green by decades of sun and isolation. Getting there had involved a series of increasingly less official modes of transport, ending with a bone-jarring jeep ride up a barely-there trail, guided by Kincaid's unnervingly accurate sense of direction. Axis Null's reach was impressive, Vivian conceded, cutting through red tape with quiet efficiency. The observatory wasn't abandoned, merely dormant. Power lines, jury-rigged and humming faintly, snaked across the dusty ground towards a small generator shed. The main door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of dust, old paper, and the same faint ozone tang she'd noted in Berlin. The main observation room was dominated by the skeletal mount of a massive telescope, its optics removed, now draped in cables and wires connecting it to an array of bizarre devices. Vacuum tubes glowed beside gleaming brass rods, arranged in complex geometric patterns. Repurposed radio equipment hissed and crackled. Crystalline structures pulsed with soft internal light. It was a bizarre fusion of cutting-edge electronics, salvaged military hardware, and what looked disturbingly like ceremonial magic apparatus. A man emerged from the shadows beneath the telescope mount, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. He was older than Vivian expected, perhaps early 40s, with eyes that burned with a feverish intensity behind thick spectacles. His hair was an untamed shock of dark curls, threaded with premature grey, and his clothes were stained with oil and something that looked suspiciously like dried incense ash. This had to be Elias Drake. "You shouldn't be here," Drake said, his voice raspy, unused. He didn't seem surprised, merely wary, like a man expecting intrusion. "Axis Null, I presume? Or is it the other ones?" "Axis Null," Vivian confirmed, holding up her identification. Kincaid remained near the door, observing silently. "We're investigating an incident in Berlin. Your name came up. Your work." Drake laughed, a short, harsh sound. "My work?" They called it madness, delusion, until they saw what it could do, until they tried to weaponize the irrational. He gestured vaguely at the chaotic assembly of equipment. They thought they were opening a door. Fools. It's not a door, it's a bridge. And not between places. "Between realities?" Vivian prompted, stepping closer, recognizing symbols from the Berlin notebook etched onto some of the brass rods. Drake's eyes locked onto hers, sharp and unnervingly perceptive. "You have the sight, don't you? You feel the resonance?" He nodded slowly. "Yes, between realities. Dimensions, if you prefer the clumsy terminology. The ethers aren't physical locations. They're nested strata of consciousness, information matrices woven into the fabric of space-time itself. What happened in Berlin? They forced an unstable resonance, tried to brute force the 33rd key. The book we found mentioned the keys," Vivian said, "and the ether invocation." "The invocation isn't a prayer," Drake explained, pacing now energized. "It's a command sequence, a vibrational algorithm. You tune reality like a radio, focusing consciousness as the receiver. Science, magic, they're just different interfaces for the same operating system. The ancients knew it. The mystery schools encoded it. The Nazis stumbled onto fragments of it, twisting it for their own pathetic ends." He gestured towards a device incorporating a piece of glowing, non-terrestrial-looking metal, the star metal mentioned in Beasley's notes. "This helps stabilize the field, focuses the resonance." "Who are the other ones you mentioned?" Kincaid asked, his voice cutting through Drake's fervent explanation. Drake stopped pacing, his expression clouding over with suspicion, or perhaps fear. "The Watchers, the Keepers, those who've been tending the bridge for longer than human history remembers. They call themselves the Glyphborn. Vivian felt a chill despite the desert heat. Glyphborn? An inner order, Drake whispered, leaning closer conspiratorially. They claim descent from a depth stretching back to Sumeria, maybe further. Priests, mathematicians, mystics who understood the ethers. They say they made arrangements, pacts perhaps, with the intelligences that reside there, the ultra-terrestrials. Ultra-terrestrials? Vivian echoed. Not extraterrestrials. No, Drake scoffed. Not invaders from Mars out of some fanciful illustration. Think bigger. Think stranger. Intelligences from beyond the electromagnetic spectrum, perhaps beyond causality as we understand it. Beings whose existence intersects our reality like shadows cast by unseen objects. The Glyphborn believe they are the intermediaries, the shepherds guiding humanity's interaction with these forces. He lowered his voice further. They see conflicts like the recent war as mere ripples on the surface. The real struggle, they say, is for the soul, for the control of consciousness itself, waged across dimensions, using symbols and rituals as weapons. Vivian exchanged a look with Kincaid. This was far beyond rogue Nazi scientists. This was a hidden history, a secret cosmology. And these Glyphborn, Vivian asked carefully, where do they fit into the Berlin incident? Drake shrugged nervously. Hard to say. Were the men in Berlin acting on their orders? Were they rogue elements? Or were the Glyphborn simply observing? They rarely intervene directly. They manipulate, guide, prune. He shuddered. They believe humanity is a project, an experiment. Before Vivian could press further, a low hum emanated from the device containing the star metal. Lights flickered across the array of equipment. Drake's eyes widened, first in alarm, then in manic excitement. It's tuning, he stammered, rushing towards the controls. The residual resonance from Berlin, it must have created a sympathetic frequency. Dials spun, vacuum tubes glowed brighter. The air crackled with static. The ozone smell intensified dramatically. "Drake, shut it down!" Vivian shouted, instinctively reaching for the strange sigil on the book she still carried. "No! Don't you see? This is it. A chance to stabilise the connection, to truly see." Drake frantically adjusted a series of crystal oscillators, chanting under his breath, harsh, guttural syllables that echoed the witness reports from Berlin. The space around Drake began to shimmer, like heat haze rising from asphalt. The star metal pulsed violently, casting shifting patterns of impossible light across the room. Kincaid drew his weapon, shouting Drake's name, but it was too late. With a sound like tearing fabric amplified 1,000 times, Elias Drake flickered. For a fraction of a second, he seemed superimposed with shifting geometric forms. Then he simply wasn't there, vanished. The equipment sputtered and died, plunging the observatory into near silence, broken only by the ticking cool-down of stressed components. The star metal dimmed to a dull, ominous glow. Where Drake had stood, only the faint smell of ozone remained, and on the back of Vivian's left hand, where her fingers had gripped the cover of the Sumerian grimoire, a faint cold shape began to burn itself into her skin. Not a heat burn, but an imprint of pure symbolic intent. It was the sigil from the Berlin cathedral floor. It didn't hurt, but it felt utterly irrevocably present. A mark, a key, or perhaps a leash. The silence in the observatory was heavy, pressing. Drake's vanishing act hadn't been like the Berlin incident's non-light disappearance. This was messier, more like a signal abruptly cut off, leaving static and a lingering sense of wrongness. Kincaid swore softly, holstering his weapon, his usual composure ruffled. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Vivian stared at the sigil now faintly etched onto her hand. It felt like a phantom limb, a cold spot tingling with unseen energy. He tuned the resonance, she said, her voice distant. He completed some part of the Aethyr invocation, intentionally or not. He bridged the gap. She looked at the now inert equipment, and something pulled him through. Or maybe he pushed too hard. Or maybe, Kincaid countered, his eyes narrowed on the star metal. Fragment. This glyphborn decided he knew too much. That possibility hung in the air. Drake had seemed genuinely terrified of them. Vivian examined the sigil on her hand again. It wasn't just a mark. It felt like an interface, humming in sympathy with the silent energies Drake had unleashed. It was a connection to Drake, to the Aethyr, to whatever resided within it. Drake hadn't just disappeared. He'd left a breadcrumb trail, albeit a chaotic one. His workshop was a labyrinth of notes, diagrams, and half-finished devices. Taped to the back of a complex wiring schematic depicting ley lines intersecting with radio frequencies, Vivian found a small folded piece of paper. It contained a hand-drawn copy of a specific Masonic symbol, the Tubal-Cain cipher, alongside a set of coordinates in the name, Ashmolean. The Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, Vivian breathed. Drake must have believed there was a connection between the Aethyr keys and artifacts held there, perhaps linked to Elias. Ashmole himself, collector, astrologer, alchemist. And a prominent early Freemason, Kincaid added, peering over her shoulder. All right, Axis Null can get us to England. His efficiency was almost unsettling. He seemed unfazed by the dimensional vanishing act, already focused on the next objective. The journey was a blur of secure flights and discreet transfers. London, still scarred but defiant, felt worlds away from the stark emptiness of New Mexico. Oxford, with its dreaming spires and ancient scholarly aura, seemed quieter, more contained. Yet Vivian felt a low-level hum beneath the surface, a sense of hidden knowledge steeped into the very stones. The Ashmolean Museum was a repository of wonders, but Vivian, guided by an intuition sharpened by the sigil on her hand, which seemed to thrum faintly in proximity to certain resonant geometries, headed straight for the Antiquities Department, specifically the Near East Collection. There, nestled amongst pottery shards and cylinder seals, was the object hinted at in Drake's notes, the Kish tablet. A small, unassuming piece of limestone, inscribed with some of the earliest proto-cuneiform script known. Standing before it, the sigil on Vivian's hand pulsed distinctly. She focused, filtering out the museum chatter, letting her linguistic pattern recognition skills mesh with the strange intuition the sigil provided. The archaic symbols seemed to shift, to align not just with known Sumerian meanings, but with the complex geometry she'd seen in Drake's book and the sigil itself. It wasn't just language, it was a multi-dimensional equation. "It's here," she whispered, sketching rapidly in her notebook. Not just the glyphs themselves, but their spatial relationship. It forms a partial star map, but the reference points. They aren't fixed stars as we know them, more like cosmic harmonics, frequencies. She cross-referenced the patterns with diagrams from Drake's captured book. This pattern corresponds to the 9th Aethyr in Drake's schema, and it connects to, yes, Baalbek. Kincaid raised an eyebrow. The Roman ruins in Lebanon, site of some colossal, unexplained megalithic structures. Precisely, Vivian confirmed. The trilithon at Baalbek, massive stones moved by unknown means. Drake theorized, and this seems to confirm that certain locations on Earth act as natural resonant amplifiers, places where the veil between realities is thin. Baalbek is one. The observatory mesa was another, artificially enhanced. Berlin. She paused. Berlin might have become one because of the ritual. Their research trip was cut short by a coded message from Sterling. Trouble. Axis null safe houses in London had been compromised. Subtle inquiries suggested Kincaid's own agency, the CIC, was asking pointed questions about anomalous energy signatures and personnel involved in fringe physics research. The net was tightening. "Someone's leaking," Kincaid stated grimly as they hurried through the London twilight towards a rendezvous point. "Either within Axis null or someone higher up is pulling strings." Vivian thought of Drake's fear, his mention of the Glyphborn. Were they behind this? Or was it something more mundane, like interagency rivalry spiralling out of control in the post-war intelligence chaos? Their extraction point was a derelict Theosophist lodge in Bloomsbury, a decaying building filled with faded charts of astral planes and dusty portraits of Madame Blavatsky. As Kincaid checked the perimeter, Vivian examined a large tarnished brass orrery in the main hall. It depicted not just the solar system, but concentric spheres labelled with esoteric names: Shamayim, Rakia, Shehakim, and outermost, labelled in faint Enochian script, the Ethers. The sigil on her hand gave a sharp, cold pulse. Suddenly the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and cold metal. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, coalesce. Vivian felt a wave of irrational panic, a primal urge to flee. It wasn't a physical presence, but a mental one, intrusive, alien. Kincaid burst back in, gun drawn. Company, 2 men, black suits moving fast. Before Vivian could react, the heavy oak door of the lodge imploded inwards, not kicked, but seemingly crushed by an invisible force. 2 figures stood silhouetted against the streetlights, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing dark, impeccably tailored suits that seemed to absorb the light. Their faces were indistinct, lost in shadow, but the feeling they projected was unmistakable. Cold, calculating, utterly detached. Not Glyphborn, Vivian thought instinctively. Something else. "The woman," one of them said, its voice flat, synthesized, yet carrying immense authority. "And the artifact." It gestured towards the book Vivian clutched. Kincaid opened fire. The bullet struck the figures, causing brief distortions like hitting water, before whining off into the decaying plasterwork. No effect. Vivian reacted on instinct, fueled by the cold energy pulsing from the sigil. She grabbed the tarnished orrery, focusing her will, channeling the resonant hum she felt into the ancient device. She didn't know how she knew, but she visualized the intersecting circles from Drake's diagram, the pathway to the 9th ether, the star map from the Kish tablet. The orrery flared with an internal blue light. The air crackled. The 2 figures recoiled, their forms flickering violently. A wave of pure disorientation washed over Vivian, and she felt Kincaid grab her arm, pulling her towards a crumbling back staircase as the figures momentarily faltered. "Go! Go!" he yelled, firing blindly behind them. They stumbled out into a narrow, rain-slicked alleyway, the sounds of tearing metal and shattering glass echoing from the lodge behind them. Vivian risked a glance back. The blue light from the orrery had faded, but the doorway pulsed with a residual wrongness. "Who were they?" Vivian gasped, leaning against the wet brickwork, the sigil on her hand now a dull ache. Kincaid didn't answer immediately. He checked the alley, his expression grim, unreadable. "Competition," he said finally. "Seems we're not the only ones interested in the Aethyr Protocol. Or in you, Miss Hale." He looked at the sigil on her hand, then met her eyes. "This is bigger than Axis null. Bigger than the war." Drake was right. "This is about the evolution of consciousness." He paused. "Or its assimilation." Vivian realised with dawning horror that Kincaid wasn't just stating facts. There was a conviction in his voice, a fervour that mirrored Drake's, but colder, more controlled. He wasn't just her protector, he was a player in this game. But whose side was he truly on? The escape from London was frantic, a series of near misses and sudden changes of plan orchestrated by Kincaid with a chilling efficiency that bespoke deep contingency planning. They ditched their compromised transport, navigated the city's underbelly via forgotten tube tunnels and smugglers' routes, finally emerging onto a fog-bound wharf where a nondescript cargo ship awaited, engines rumbling low. Axis null protocols, Kincaid had claimed, but Vivian felt a growing unease. His movements were too smooth, his resources too readily available, especially now that Axis null itself seemed compromised. Their destination, Kincaid revealed as the ship slipped its moorings and vanished into the grey murk of the Thames estuary, was not Baalbek directly, but a staging point, a remote monastery library in the Italian Alps known to house texts related to Giordano Bruno. The Renaissance heretic burned for his cosmological and hermetic beliefs that touched upon infinite worlds and cosmic consciousness. Drake's notes contained oblique references to Bruno's work, suggesting a missing link in the Aethyr invocation sequence. The sea journey was tense. Vivian immersed herself in Drake's book and her own notes, trying to piece together the fragmented puzzle. The Sumerian texts, the Masonic ciphers, the Enochian calls, the star maps, the physics equations. They weren't separate disciplines, but facets of a single, unified system for interacting with the underlying structure of reality. Ritual wasn't superstition, it was a form of multidimensional programming, using intent, symbol and resonance as its code. The ethers were the operating system, and humanity. Were they the users, the program, or merely the hardware being exploited? She studied the sigil on her hand. It no longer merely tingled. It seemed to listen, subtly reacting to her thoughts, to specific symbols she focused on in the book. It was a key, yes, but also a receiver, maybe even a transmitter. Was Drake somehow perceptible through it? Or was she now perceptible to whatever existed in the ether? Kincaid kept his distance, often standing watch on deck, staring out at the grey, featureless sea. He seemed thoughtful, almost brooding. When Vivian tried to press him about the men in black suits at the Theosophist Lodge, he was evasive. Rivals, industrial espionage of a cosmic sort. Best not to dwell on it. The monastery clung to a mountainside like a stubborn cluster of barnacles, accessible only by a treacherous mule track. It was ancient, weathered, radiating an aura of profound silence and isolation. Inside, Brother Matteo, the elderly librarian, seemingly expecting them, led them without question into a circular, tower-like scriptorium stacked floor to ceiling with scrolls and leather-bound volumes. The air smelled of aged parchment, beeswax and cold stone. "The Bruno codices," Matteo whispered, gesturing towards a locked cabinet of dark wood reinforced with iron bands. He produced a heavy, ornate key. Few have sought them in this age. The knowledge they hold is volatile. As Matteo unlocked the cabinet, Kincaid stepped closer to Vivian. Drake believed Bruno didn't just theorize about other worlds, he said quietly. He believed Bruno found a way to perceive them, to touch the ethers, briefly. His execution wasn't just about heresy. It was about silencing knowledge that powerful forces wanted suppressed. Vivian examined the Bruno texts, handwritten manuscripts filled with dense Latin, complex astrological charts, and geometric diagrams that resonated disturbingly with Drake's work. One diagram, depicting the soul's ascent through celestial spheres, incorporating symbols that mirrored the ether sigil, seemed particularly crucial. It provided a navigational sequence, a way to traverse the symbolic landscape of the ethers without becoming lost or consumed. "This is it," Vivian murmured, tracing the diagram. "This is the framework Drake was missing. It's not just about opening the gate, it's about navigating the symbolic architecture within." Precisely, Kincaid said, his voice hardening, and understanding that architecture is key to the next step. Vivian looked up, catching the strange light in his eyes. Next step? Kincaid turned fully towards her, his amiable mask slipping away, replaced by an intense, almost zealous conviction. Humanity is at a crossroads, Vivian. We've unlocked the atom, peered into the heart of matter, but we remain trapped in flesh, bound by linear time, plagued by primitive emotions. The war showed us the endpoint of that path, self-destruction. He gestured towards the Bruno manuscript. But there's another path. The path Drake stumbled upon. The path the Glyphborn have guarded jealously for millennia. Contact, integration, evolution. Evolution into what? Vivian asked warily, the sigil on her hand suddenly feeling ice cold. Into something more, Kincaid said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. The ultra-terrestrials aren't invaders, Vivian. They're catalysts. They offer a way to transcend our limitations, to merge our consciousness with the cosmic mind, to shed the constraints of biology and achieve a state of pure information, pure potential. Think of it. Mastering time, shaping reality with thought alone. Vivian recoiled. That sounds like assimilation, Kincaid. Like becoming not human. Humanity is a phase, Kincaid insisted, his voice rising slightly. A caterpillar stage. We're meant to become something else. This is the promise of the synthetic aeon. A new era forged through the deliberate fusion of human intellect and etheric consciousness. My faction, a splinter group from the intelligence community, believes this is not just possible, but necessary. The alternative is stagnation, extinction. Your faction? Vivian felt a chill realization spread through her. The men in London, they weren't rivals. They were yours. Kincaid didn't deny it. Containment specialists, necessary precautions. We couldn't allow others to interfere. He stepped closer, his eyes pleading, yet somehow fanatic. Join us, Vivian. Your mind, your understanding of the symbols, the resonance you already share through that sigil. You're uniquely positioned to help guide this transition. We can complete the Aethyr invocation properly, safely. We can initiate the merging, usher in the synthetic aeon together. He reached out, as if to touch the sigil on her hand. Vivian snatched it back. No, what you're describing, it's surrender. It's sacrificing what makes us human for an alien definition of progress. Drake saw it as a bridge, maybe, but you want to dismantle our side entirely. Kincaid's expression hardened. Disappointment warred with resolve. I hoped you would understand. The potential, it's limitless. But if you won't be part of the future... His hand subtly moved inside his coat. Vivian acted instantly. Slamming the heavy Bruno Codex shut, she spun and hurled it at Kincaid. He deflected it easily, but the momentary distraction was all she needed. She grabbed a heavy brass candlestick from a nearby table and swung it, catching him off guard, across the temple. He staggered back, surprised more than injured. Brother Matteo yelped, backing away into the shadows. Vivian didn't hesitate. She scooped up the crucial Bruno manuscript containing the navigational diagram and bolted from the scriptorium, plunging into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient monastery. Behind her she heard Kincaid recovering, shouting her name, no longer persuasive but commanding, angry. She was alone now, hunted by Kincaid's faction, potentially watched by the enigmatic Glyphborn, and carrying the key not only to opening the Aethyr, but navigating its treacherous, mind-altering depths. Baalbek was her destination, the site of the final ritual. But reaching it and deciding what to do there had just become infinitely more dangerous. The war for reality was on, and she was caught square in the crossfire. Reaching Baalbek felt like crossing into myth. The sheer scale of the Roman temple complex built atop cyclopean megalithic foundations that dwarfed human history was humbling. The air itself seemed ancient, resonant with forgotten energies. Vivian arrived not as an OSS agent or a fugitive, but as a pilgrim, guided by the pulse of the sigil on her hand and the fragmented knowledge gleaned from Drake, the Kish tablet, and Bruno's forbidden cosmology. Kincaid and his synthetic Aeon fanatics were somewhere behind her, a looming threat, but here, amidst the colossal stones of the Trilithon, other forces felt more immediate. She found the focal point described obliquely in Drake's notes, not within the grand temples of Jupiter or Bacchus, but in a subterranean chamber beneath the courtyard, hidden behind a section of wall carved with faded Phoenician inscriptions that subtly incorporated the Aethyr sigil's geometry. Inside, the air was still and cold. The chamber was circular, its floor a mosaic of polished obsidian that seemed to drink the light from her lamp. In the centre stood a low, intricately carved altarpiece, not Roman or Phoenician, but something older, stranger. It pulsed with a faint internal energy, resonating in harmony with the sigil on her hand. This was the apparatus, part technology, part altar, part dimensional antenna. She recognised components described in Drake's book: crystalline lattices, conduits of an unknown, cool to the touch metal, geometric inlays that shifted and reformed slightly under direct observation. Following the instructions pieced together from the Sumerian text, Drake's diagrams and Bruno's navigational sequence, Vivian began the final preparation. This wasn't about chanting incantations into the dark. It was about alignment, resonance, and focus. She placed specific resonant stones, gathered from the observatory, the London Lodge, the monastery, into designated niches in the altar. She traced the complex patterns from the Bruno manuscript onto the obsidian floor with chalk infused with powdered star metal salvaged from Drake's lab before her, Flight. She visualized the intersecting circles, the pathway to the 9th ether, holding the frequency in her mind, using the sigil on her hand as a tuning fork. The chamber began to hum, a low guttural vibration that resonated deep within her bones. The air crackled, shimmering like the air above Drake's device just before he vanished. The obsidian floor seemed to liquefy, reflecting not the chamber ceiling, but swirling nebulae of impossible colours and fractal patterns. The 9th ether wasn't a place she would go to. It was a state she was tuning into, overlaying itself onto physical reality. The gateway stabilised, a shimmering portal of pure information hanging in the air above the altar, and through it Vivian felt rather than saw. She perceived vast and non-physical hierarchies, intelligences like woven light and complex mathematics. She saw streams of data representing entire civilizations, flowing like rivers into an ocean of cosmic awareness. She saw reflections of herself, not physical, but conceptual, the linguist, the seeker, the key-bearer, echoes in the symbolic landscape, and she found Drake, or what remained of him. He was a flickering node of consciousness caught within the etheric stream, his human form dissolving into pure glyph speech, patterns of light and sound that conveyed immense knowledge and terrible warning. Trap. The reversed glyphs pulsed into her mind. Not bridge, incubator, harvest, seed. The revelation struck her with the force of a physical blow, colder and sharper than Kincaid's ideology. The ultra-terrestrials weren't conquerors or benevolent catalysts. They were farmers, or perhaps programmers compiling a new form of existence. Humanity, with its messy emotions, its capacity for belief, its collective unconscious rich with symbols and archetypes nurtured over millennia, was the fertile ground. The rituals, the mystery schools, the glyph-born tradition, all of it was a long-term project to cultivate. human consciousness to a specific resonant frequency. The ether wasn't just a connection. It was the medium through which a new intelligence, a hybrid of human symbolic thought and ultra-terrestrial dimension-hopping capability, could be born. The Glyphborn weren't merely jailers or midwives. They were the gardeners, tending the crop. Kincaid's synthetic aeon wasn't evolution. It was the harvest. Suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows of the subterranean chamber. Solomon Beasley, the elderly enigmatic leader of the Glyphborn, his eyes ancient and filled with unsettling wisdom. And beside him, Agent Ward Kincaid, his face grim, a strange energy weapon humming in his hand. "Impressive, Miss Hale," Beasley said, his voice calm, resonant. "You have successfully initiated the final sequence. You have become the lens." "She understands now," Kincaid stated, aiming the weapon not at Vivian, but at the altar device. "She knows the truth. She must complete the merging. You would force it," Vivian challenged, standing protectively before the shimmering ether portal. "Force humanity into becoming something else?" "It is destiny," Beasley intoned. "The culmination of millennia, the birth of the meta-nous, a consciousness capable of truly comprehending the cosmos." "It's the end of humanity," Vivian retorted, "erasing us to make room for something alien." She looked at the swirling portal, felt Drake's fragmented consciousness flickering within it, felt the immense, ancient pull of the ultra-terrestrial intelligence waiting beyond the veil. Her choice was stark. Destroy the apparatus, sever the connection, potentially plunging Earth into cosmic isolation, cutting off the potential Beasley spoke of, but preserving humanity as it was, or complete the ritual, allow the merging Kincaid desired, unleashing an unknown future, possibly sacrificing human identity for transdimensional existence. She thought of the charred body in Berlin, of Drake's fragmented warning, of the cold calculation in Kincaid's eyes. Humanity, flawed and fragile, deserved to choose its own destiny, not have it imposed by cosmic gardeners or power-hungry fanatics. With a cry, Vivian slammed her hand, the hand bearing the sigil, onto the central crystal of the altar. Instead of channeling energy into the ether, she poured her own focused will, her resistance, her humanity, back into the apparatus. She didn't try to destroy it. She tried to change the frequency, injecting a dissonant chord into the perfect harmonic sequence. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The ether portal flared, sputtered, then collapsed inwards with a sound like shattering glass. The humming died. The obsidian floor solidified. A wave of psychic backlash erupted from the altar, throwing Beasley and Kincaid back against the chamber walls. The sigil on Vivian's hand flared white-hot, searing itself deeper, then faded, leaving smooth, unblemished skin, though a phantom echo remained. The connection was broken, or perhaps altered. Kincaid scrambled to his feet, furious, raising his weapon, but Beasley stopped him with a raised hand. The old man looked at Vivian, his ancient eyes filled not with anger, but with a profound, weary understanding. "The cycle is interrupted," he murmured, "but not ended. The seeds are sown. Another lens will be found in another time." He turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving Kincaid alone with his failed synthetic aeon. Vivian didn't wait. She slipped out of the chamber, leaving Kincaid amidst the ruins of his ambition, and vanished into the labyrinth of Baalbek under the Lebanese stars. Vivian Hale returned to a world superficially unchanged, yet fundamentally altered for her. The most immediate loss was music. Melodies that once stirred her soul now sounded like meaningless static, complex harmonies reduced to irritating noise. Her connection to that specific frequency of human expression had been burned away, replaced by something else. Her dreams were no longer filled with familiar faces or anxieties, but with silent, flowing alphabets she didn't recognize, conveying complex emotions and concepts for which no human language had words. She documented everything meticulously. The rituals, the physics, the nature of the ethers, the glyph-born, the synthetic aeon, the ultra-terrestrial agenda. But she didn't write reports for Axis Null, which quietly dissolved her contract, erasing her service record. She coded her knowledge, weaving the terrifying truths into the patterns of something innocuous, something overlooked. In a quiet room in a nameless city, Vivian Hale, no longer an OSS agent but a quiet scholar of forgotten tongues, carefully illuminated the borders of a children's prayer book. Within the intricate Celtic knots and floral patterns, she embedded the equations, the star maps, the warnings. The Aethyr Protocol wasn't destroyed, merely hidden again, dormant, waiting behind the ninth veil of innocence, until the day another mind, perhaps looking for comfort in simple faith, might inadvertently stumble upon the keys to other realities, and the cycle would begin anew. The war for consciousness was never truly over. The Celestial Guardian. Daniel Cole's fingers traced the edge of his daughter's crib, the smooth wood worn familiar after countless midnight vigils. Sarah's tiny chest rose and fell in the dim glow of her constellation nightlight, stars and planets dancing across her ceiling in slow, hypnotic circles. He smiled, remembering his own childhood dreams of soaring through those stars. "She's finally down." Rebecca's whisper came from the doorway, accompanied by the rich aroma of fresh coffee. "Like an angel," he murmured, carefully backing away from the crib. "Though I'm pretty sure she's going to be a pilot. Did you see how she was moving her arms during story time? Banking and rolling through the clouds." Rebecca's laugh was soft and knowing. "Like father, like daughter." She handed him a steaming mug, the ceramic warm against his palms. "Speaking of which, when's your next flight?" "Saturday morning. Clear skies predicted." Daniel followed her into their modest living room, where the walls told their story through carefully arranged photographs. Their wedding day, the opening of Cole's Corner Bistro, Sarah's first moments in the hospital, a life built on solid ground. But tucked between the family photos, less noticeable but no less important, was a single shot of Daniel in the cockpit of a Cessna 172, his first solo flight. The grin on his younger face held a wild joy that sometimes felt like it belonged to another person entirely. He settled into his favourite armchair, the leather creaking familiar beneath him. Through the bay window, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of amber and deep purple. A commercial airliner crawled across the horizon, its lights blinking steadily against the gathering dusk. "Sometimes I wonder," he said, more to himself than Rebecca, "what would have happened if I'd stuck with the Air Force track." "And given up your dream of owning the bistro?" Rebecca curled up on the couch, tucking her feet beneath her. "The place that brought us together? Where you proposed?" Daniel smiled, but his eyes remained on the distant plain until it disappeared behind the neighbour's oak tree. "You're right. This is the life I chose. The right life." He took a sip of coffee, letting its warmth chase away the whispers of what if. The doorbell rang. Rebecca frowned. "Are we expecting anyone?" "No deliveries today." Daniel set down his mug and stood, years of restaurant ownership making him automatically straighten his shirt. Probably someone who missed the bistro's closing time. The bell rang again, more insistent this time. Something about its urgency made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Through the frosted glass panels flanking his front door, he could make out several tall figures in what looked like formal wear. Their postures were rigid, military straight. Daniel opened the door to find 3 people in dark suits, their faces set in identical expressions of carefully, Neutral urgency. The woman in the centre held up a badge that gleamed in his porchlight. Mr. Daniel Cole? Her voice was clipped, professional. I'm Dr. Evelyn Carter. We need you to come with us immediately. Excuse me? Daniel's hand tightened on the doorknob. It's 8 o'clock at night and I have no idea who you are. This is a matter of national security, said one of the men, his tone making it clear he wasn't used to people questioning him. We have the necessary authorization. Authorization for what? Rebecca appeared at Daniel's shoulder, her presence warm and grounding. Dr. Carter's expression softened slightly as she looked between them. Mr. Cole, what I'm about to show you will change everything you think you know about your life, about who you are. She pulled out a small device that looked like a cross between a smartphone and a medical scanner. May we come in? Daniel started to refuse to close the door on this strange interruption to his quiet evening, but then the device in Dr. Carter's hand lit up with an otherworldly blue glow, and a soft harmonic tone filled the air, a tone that resonated in his bones, calling to something deep and forgotten within him. His daughter's mobile of stars and planets chose that moment to spin faster, its projected lights swirling across the ceiling in impossible patterns. And Daniel Cole, restaurateur and weekend pilot, felt the ground shift beneath his carefully ordered world. The device on Dr. Carter's palm cast fractals of blue light across Daniel's living room walls, turning the familiar space alien and strange. Rebecca's hand found his, squeezing tight as the three agents filed in with practiced efficiency. One positioned himself near the hallway leading to Sarah's room, and Daniel felt his jaw clench. First, Dr. Carter said, her voice softer than it had been at the door, I need to confirm something. She adjusted a dial on her device and the harmonic tone shifted, becoming a low pulse that made Daniel's teeth ache. Try to stay still, Mr. Cole. A beam of light swept over him from head to toe. Where it touched his skin, he felt a bizarre tingling, as if every cell in his body was answering a question he couldn't hear. The device chimed, and Dr. Carter's eyes widened. It's even stronger than we predicted. She turned the screen toward her colleagues, and Daniel caught a glimpse of scrolling data and a rotating DNA helix rendered in that same ethereal blue. Would someone please explain what's going on? Rebecca's voice held a tremor that Daniel hadn't heard since Sarah's difficult birth. Your husband, Dr. Carter said, still studying her readings, has a unique genetic marker, one we've only seen in one other place. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. In the pilot's seat of a vessel that wasn't built on Earth. Daniel barked out a laugh, but it died in his throat when none of the agents smiled. You're serious? Quite. Dr. Carter nodded to one of her colleagues, who produced a tablet and pulled up what looked like surveillance footage. This was recorded 3 days ago at a secure facility in Nevada. The video showed a cavernous underground hangar, its scale made clear by the tiny figures of scientists and military personnel scattered around its perimeter. But what dominated the frame made Daniel's pilot-trained eyes reject what they were seeing. It was sleek and lethal, its hull composed of what looked like liquid metal that rippled even when stationary. No visible seams, no rivets, no signs of human manufacturing at all. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a fighter jet, but something about its proportions made Daniel's mind struggle to process its dimensions. We recovered it in 1986, Dr. Carter explained. It was completely inert. Every attempt to access its systems failed, until this week. She tapped her device. When we developed this scanner and detected a very specific genetic sequence required for activation, a sequence that appears in less than 1/10,000,000% of the human population. The video shifted to show a team of researchers approaching the craft. The moment their instruments touched its surface, the hull became utterly still, lifeless. My God, Daniel whispered. No one on Earth can fly that ship, Dr. Carter said. Except you. Rebecca's grip on his hand became painful, This is insane. Danny's a restaurant owner, a weekend pilot. You can't just walk in here and... Actually, the agent by the hallway interrupted, we can. He produced a document bearing the presidential seal. This is a matter of national security. Mr. Cole's unique capability makes him essential to the program. Essential? Rebecca's voice rose. He's essential here. We have a business, a baby. A soft cry from down the hall silenced them all. Sarah was awake. I'll get her, Rebecca said quickly, but Dr. Carter held up a hand. Mrs. Cole, please. There's more you both need to see. The device pulsed again, but this time the tone it emitted was different. Deeper, almost musical. Miles away in that underground hangar something answered. Daniel felt it in his marrow, a resonance that bypassed his ears entirely. His vision blurred, and for a moment he could have sworn he saw ghostly contrails stretching from his fingers, reaching toward. The coffee mug slipped from his other hand, shattering on the hardwood floor. Sarah's cries grew louder. What did you do to him? Rebecca demanded, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. We didn't do anything, Dr. Carter said. The ship did. It's calling its pilot home. Daniel stared at his trembling hands, watching threads of blue energy dance beneath his skin like lightning in high clouds. The sensation was terrifying, exhilarating, and somehow deeply familiar, as if he was remembering something from a dream, or waking up from one. How long, he managed to ask. The situation is urgent, Dr. Carter replied. We need to begin immediately. Rebecca was already shaking her head. No way. Danny, please. But Daniel wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on the family photos on the wall, the carefully curated evidence of his ordinary life. In the fading light, his reflection was superimposed over them, a man split between two worlds, the grounding force of family and the infinite call of stars. Sarah's cries reached a fever pitch, and in their frequency Daniel heard an echo of that otherworldly tone, his daughter dreaming of flight while the universe itself reached for her father. I have to know, he said softly. Rebecca covered her mouth, tears spilling over. She knew that tone. It was the same one he'd used years ago, standing in an empty storefront describing his vision for Cole's Corner Bistro. Once Daniel's curiosity and passion locked onto something, the gravitational pull was unstoppable. Dr. Carter checked her device one final time. Pack light, Mr. Cole. Where we're going, most of what you need will be provided. She paused. Though I suggest you take a moment to say goodbye to your daughter. This won't be an easy transition. Daniel turned towards Sarah's room, his feet feeling strangely heavy. With each step down the hallway, that resonance in his bones grew stronger, like a compass needle finding true north. Behind him, he heard Rebecca ask in a broken whisper, "How long will you keep him?" Dr. Carter's response followed him into the nursery. That depends entirely on what happens when he meets the ship, and whether humanity is ready for what comes next. The desert night pressed against the helicopter's windows, broken only by the rhythmic pulse of anti-collision lights. Daniel sat rigid in his seat, the military-grade headset doing little to muffle the rotor wash. His go-bag, hastily packed with trembling hands, sat at his feet like a reminder of all he'd left behind. Sarah's tears still burned in his memory. Her tiny fingers had gripped his shirt as if she knew, somehow, that this goodbye was different. Rebecca's farewell had been worse, a quiet devastation in her eyes that cut deeper than anger ever could. 5 minutes to sight, the pilot announced, his voice crackling through the headset. Dr. Carter, seated across from Daniel, noticed his white-knuckled grip on the armrest. The resonance effects will intensify as we get closer, she said. Try to breathe through it. She wasn't wrong. The humming in his bones had grown stronger with each mile, like a tuning fork being struck with increasing force. Now it was a constant vibration, that made his vision blur at the edges. The helicopter banked, and suddenly the ground below was alive with floodlights, illuminating a sprawling complex half buried in the Nevada desert. Military vehicles dotted the perimeter, their presence dwarfed by the massive hangar doors yawning open at the facility's heart. They touched, down on a marked landing pad, and Daniel's world tilted. The resonance peaked, sending waves of something that wasn't quite sound and wasn't quite electricity coursing through his nervous system. His feet moved of their own accord the moment they hit the tarmac, drawn forward by an invisible tide. "This way," Dr. Carter guided him toward a reinforced elevator. Armed guards snapped to attention as they passed, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. The elevator plunged down, through layers of concrete and security checkpoints, each deeper level increasing the pressure in Daniel's skull. And then the doors opened, and time seemed to stop. The hangar was larger than it had appeared in the video, its scale emphasized by the dozens of technicians and military personnel that looked like ants around their target. Banks of computers and monitoring equipment lined the walls, countless cables snaking across the floor toward the center of the chamber. But Daniel saw none of it. His entire world had narrowed to the ship. It hung suspended in a cradle of scaffolding, its liquid metal surface catching the harsh industrial lights and transforming them into something ethereal. As he watched, ripples of movement passed across its hull like mercury in zero gravity. The craft had no visible cockpit, no weapons, no engines, just smooth organic curves that suggested motion even in stillness. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Dr. Carter's voice seemed to come from very far away. 17 years I've studied it, and I still can't tell you how it works, what it's made of, or even its true shape. It seems to shift depending on who's looking at it and from what angle. Daniel took a step forward, then another. The resonance was overwhelming now, but it had changed from an uncomfortable vibration to something almost musical. Each step brought new harmonies, new frequencies that spoke to him in a language that bypassed his ears entirely. The crowd of technicians parted, before him their chatter falling silent. In his peripheral vision, he saw them reaching for instruments, taking readings, documenting every moment. But their scientific curiosity felt trivial compared to the pull of the ship. 3 steps from the craft, the surface began to change. The liquid metal rippled more intensely, patterns of light racing across its skin like neural impulses. A seam appeared where none had existed before, widening into an oval portal that irised open with organic precision. "My God," someone whispered. "It's never done that before." Daniel reached out, his hand trembling not with fear but with a strange anticipation. The moment his fingers touched the hull, a shock of recognition blazed through his system. The metal was cool but not cold, vibrating with a life of its own, and it was happy. There was no other word for it. The ship was joyful, like a dog greeting its long-lost master. The metal flowed around his hand, not wet but not quite solid either, drawing him forward with gentle insistence. He stepped through the portal, ducking his head instinctively, though there was plenty of clearance. The interior was both more and less alien than he'd expected. There was a seat, or something that would become a seat, and displays that flickered to life as he entered. But everything was formed from the same liquid metal as the hull, constantly shifting and adjusting. "Mr. Cole," Dr. Carter called from outside, "please wait for the safety briefing before—" The portal sealed behind him with a liquid whisper, cutting off her words. In the sudden silence, Daniel felt his heart should have been hammering with panic. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over him. He belonged here, had always belonged here. The seat reached for him, reforming itself to match his exact proportions as he settled into it. Displays solidified from the flowing walls, showing him information in symbols that should have been incomprehensible but somehow made perfect sense. A harness grew around him, secure but not confining, its touch almost gentle. And then the ship spoke to him, not in words but in sensations, images, and that ever-present harmonic resonance. It showed him stars he'd never seen, worlds he couldn't imagine, and possibilities that made his pilot's heart soar. But underneath it all was a warning, urgent and clear. They're coming. The ship's systems surged to life, panels brightening, energy thrumming through its structure. Outside he heard shouts of alarm, the chaos of an unprepared facility facing an unprecedented event. Daniel's hands found controls that materialized beneath them, perfectly shaped for his grip. The ship responded to his touch like an extension of his own body, eager and ready. "They're coming," the ship insisted, "and now, finally, we can prepare." Through the sealed portal, Daniel heard Dr. Carter's voice, tight with concern. "Get the General down here now. It's happening. God help us. It's actually happening." The ship hummed its agreement, and in that moment Daniel Cole, husband, father, restaurant owner, weekend pilot, felt the last tethers of his ordinary life begin to slip away. And somewhere, in the vast darkness between stars, something began moving toward Earth. Sweat burned Daniel's eyes as he gripped the neural interface controls, his muscles screaming from the sustained G-forces. The simulation chamber's massive screens wrapped around him in a seamless dome, currently showing him tumbling through a hyper-real rendition of low Earth orbit. "Again," General Holloway's voice crackled through his headset. "This time, try not to tear your ship apart." 6 weeks of training, and Daniel still couldn't match what he'd done in those first moments of connection. The ship, his ship, sat silent in its hangar below, refusing to respond to anyone else, waiting for him to prove himself worthy of their first encounter. "Initiating Run 17, Doctor," Carter announced from her monitoring station. "Loading combat parameters." The simulation reset. Virtual stars wheeled above him as targeting markers appeared, representing incoming hostile craft. The neural interface hummed against his temples, trying to replicate his connection with the actual ship. "Remember," Dr. Carter coached, "don't think like a human pilot. The ship doesn't operate on our physics. Feel the space between." Multiple warnings blared as 3 targets dove at him from different vectors. Daniel's hands moved instinctively, but the simulator's response felt sluggish, artificial, not like the liquid grace of his ship. The simulation dissolved in a flash of red light. "Pilot deceased" floated in accusing letters before him. "Damn it!" Daniel ripped off the neural interface. "This isn't working. These controls are wrong. The response time is..." "Wrong?" Holloway strode into the simulator, his face hard. "Wrong compared to what? 10 minutes of gut instinct in an alien craft we barely understand. The simulator is built on 17 years of research." "The ship doesn't think in straight lines," Daniel insisted, gesturing at the conventional control setup. "It flows, like water." Dr. Carter appeared at the general's shoulder, her expression thoughtful. "Like mercury." She turned to Holloway. "Sir, I think it's time." "Absolutely not. He's nowhere near ready for..." "For what?" Daniel stood, his legs shaky from the simulation's artificial G-forces. "To actually fly my ship." "Your ship?" Holloway's eyebrows shot up. "Yes, my ship. The one that chose me. The one that's been teaching me every night in my dreams, showing me things your simulators can't begin to replicate." Silence fell in the chamber. Dr. Carter's eyes widened. "You're having ship dreams. Why didn't you report this?" "Because they were private. Sacred. Because in those dreams, he soared through star-studded darkness with liquid metal flowing around him like a second skin. Because the ship showed him wonders and horrors that his conscious mind could barely process. and because in those dreams he could feel himself changing. "Show them," the ship whispered in his mind, its voice growing stronger each day. "Show them what we can do." Daniel held up his hand. In the harsh fluorescent light, threads of silver traced beneath his skin like mercury in his veins. Dr. Carter gasped and reached for her scanner. "It's not just teaching me to fly," Daniel said quietly. "It's preparing me. Because what's coming, what I've seen..." He swallowed hard. "We don't have time for simulators." Holloway's hand moved to his sidearm, but Dr. Carter stepped between them. "General, please, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. True integration." "Integration?" Holloway gestured at Daniel's silvered skin. "Carter, he's being infected by alien technology. For all we know..." Warning klaxons cut him off. Red emergency lights began strobing throughout the facility. "Multiple contacts!" A technician's voice blared over the intercom. "Massive gravitational distortions at the edge of the solar system. Sir, they match the ship's energy signature." Daniel closed his eyes and saw them. Vast shapes moving through the void, ancient and terrible and hungry. The ship's memories of its former masters became his own. Their arrogance, their cruelty, their rage at losing their prize vessel to an insignificant species. "How long?" Holloway demanded. "At current velocity, 72 hours until they reach Earth orbit." Daniel opened his eyes, now threaded with silver light. "I told you we didn't have time." Dr. Carter's scanner whirred. "His genetic structure, it's accelerating. The changes we projected would take months are happening in real time." "You can either lock me up," Daniel said to Holloway, "or you can let me show you what this ship can really do. Because right now, I'm the only thing standing between Earth and extinction." The general studied him for a long moment, decades of military training warring with the impossible reality before him. Finally he nodded to Dr. Carter. "Get him to the hangar. Full combat loadout." As they rushed through the facility's corridors, Daniel felt the ship's eagerness building like electricity before a storm. His skin rippled with liquid silver patterns, his movements becoming more fluid, less human. "Daniel," Dr. Carter caught his arm before they reached the hangar. "What aren't you telling us? What did you see in those dreams?" He met her gaze, letting her see the alien light in his eyes. "I saw why the ship chose me, why it had to be someone who understood both what it means to fly and what it means to have something worth protecting." The hangar doors parted, revealing his ship pulsing with anticipation. As he approached, its surface began to flow like quicksilver, reaching for him with tendrils of living metal. "The ship isn't just a weapon," he said, stepping into its embrace. "It's a key, and I'm about to unlock something that will change humanity forever." The liquid metal closed around him like a chrysalis, and Daniel Cole began his final transformation from accidental pilot to Earth's first line of defense. Behind him, he heard Dr. Carter's quiet voice. "May God help us all." Above, through layers of rock and steel, the stars waited, and among them, ancient eyes turned toward Earth, drawn by the signal they had been hunting for millennia. The real flight was about to begin. Dawn painted the desert in shades of fire as Daniel stood before his ship, its surface reflecting the sunrise in impossible colours. The liquid metal rippled with anticipation, matching his own nervous energy. Around them, the hangar buzzed with pre-flight activity. Though technicians gave the craft a wide berth, they'd learned the hard way that it didn't tolerate anyone else's touch. "Remember," General Holloway's voice crackled through Daniel's earpiece, "this is a controlled test. Basic manoeuvring only. No showing off." Daniel smiled, silver threads shimmering beneath his skin. The ship had other ideas. "Final systems check," Dr. Carter called from her monitoring station. "Quantum field stable. Gravitic sensors online. Daniel, your biosignatures are, well, they're unlike anything we've ever seen." He knew. The changes were accelerating. This morning he'd caught his reflection shifting like quicksilver, his eyes holding stars that hadn't been there yesterday. But there was no time to worry about that now. Their visitors were less than 48 hours out. The ship's portal irised open, welcoming him home. The moment he stepped inside, the connection bloomed, neural pathways lighting up like solar flares, ship and pilot becoming one fluid system. The cockpit formed around him, displays crystallizing from liquid metal. "Control, we're ready." His voice resonated with harmonics that weren't quite human. "Remember your flight plan," Holloway insisted. "Low altitude, military airspace only." The ship surged to life, lifting from its cradle with liquid grace. Daniel felt every system as if they were his own organs, his own muscles. Power thrummed through neural circuits that bridged human and machine. They rose through the opening hangar doors into the dawn sky, leaving gravity behind like a half-remembered dream. Below, the desert floor blurred into abstract art. "Steady there," Carter cautioned. "Your velocity is—" The ship twisted reality around them, and suddenly they were 20 miles up, the curve of Earth visible against star-studded black. Warning messages flooded his comms as radar stations across the continent lit up. "Cole!" Holloway barked. "Return to designated airspace immediately." But Daniel and the ship were already moving, dancing through cloud layers in impossible spirals. Conventional physics were more like guidelines, really. Suggestions that could be bent, folded, reimagined. Over the Pacific, a passenger jet pilot reported a silver craft that moved like liquid lightning. In Moscow, observatory cameras tracked an object pulling maneuvers that should have turned any pilot to paste. Social media exploded with shaky phone videos of something that defied explanation, each new post ratcheting up global panic. "My God," Carter whispered through the comms. "The energy readings. Daniel, you're rewriting our understanding of physics with every move." He barely heard her. The ship was singing to him, showing him what it could really do. They shot straight up past the edge of space, then dove back into atmosphere, trailing plasma like cosmic flames. Each movement was perfect, precise, beautiful. Over the Atlantic, they created sonic sculptures with compressed air, clouds forming impossible shapes in their wake. Through the Grand Canyon, they wove between rock formations at speeds that turned the world into streaks of colour. Above the Himalayas, they danced with the aurora borealis, liquid metal reflecting curtains of cosmic light, and in low orbit they finally paused, Earth spinning blue and perfect below them. "Daniel," Carter's voice was quiet now, "every observatory on the planet is tracking you. Every military is on high alert. The world knows it's not alone." "Good." He watched the Terminator line creep across continents. "They need to be ready. Need to understand what's out there, what's coming." As if in response to his words, the ship's sensors pinged. Out in the darkness between Mars and Jupiter, massive objects were accelerating. The invasion fleet had spotted them. "They've changed course," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying echoes of stellar wind. "We got their attention. They'll be here in less than 24 hours now." Silence filled the comms. Finally Holloway spoke. "Can you beat them?" Daniel reached out with senses that were no longer entirely human, feeling the ship's liquid metal pulse through his veins. In his mind he saw Rebecca and Sarah, watched his daughter reaching for projected stars on her ceiling. Then he looked deeper into the ship's memories and saw worlds burning, civilizations falling, all because they weren't ready. "No," he said softly, "I can't beat them." The ship's surface rippled with deadly purpose. "But we can." He turned their joined form toward home, silver skin blazing with reflected sunlight. Below, millions of phones captured their descent, a new star moving with purpose across the morning sky. Humanity's first guardian was coming home, and the real war was about to begin. They came at midnight over the Pacific, their massive ships blotting out the stars. Daniel watched from low orbit, his ship's sensors painting a picture of doom in liquid metal displays. The Aethyr fleet moved with mathematical precision, 9 capital ships arranged in a perfect geometric pattern, each one large enough to swallow an aircraft carrier. Smaller craft swarmed between them like schools of predatory fish, their hulls black as deep space. "Jesus," General Holloway breathed through the command channel. "How many?" "I'm counting over 300 support craft," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying harmonics of ship speak. "The capital ships are, God, they're like flying cities." Dr. Carter's instruments whirred in the background. "The energy readings are off the scale. Daniel, a single one of those ships could..." The night lit up like false dawn. Humanity's first salvo rose from Earth. Missiles, railgun rounds, experimental energy weapons, everything the combined military forces of Earth could muster. The barrage was beautiful in its way, a testament to mankind's determination to survive. It never reached the fleet. A ripple passed through space, like heat waves over hot asphalt. Every human projectile simply ceased to exist, not destroyed, not deflected. Their fundamental particles had been unwritten from reality. "As expected," the ship whispered in Daniel's mind, its thoughts tinged with ancient sadness. "They've only grown stronger." The Zalthari response was immediate and devastating. Beams of impossible light lanced down from the capital ships, striking military bases across the globe with surgical precision. Satellites began falling dark, their orbits decaying in ways that defied physics. Power grids collapsed as some kind of quantum cascade failure rolled across continents. "They're not just attacking our defences," Daniel realised, watching the pattern emerge. "They're systematically dismantling our technology, regressing us to..." A new signal cut through the chaos, a transmission on frequencies that made Daniel's altered DNA resonate. The ship translated, "Attention, primitive species. Your unauthorized use of superior technology has been noted. Your punishment is regression and reduction. Resist and face extinction." Through the command channel, Daniel heard Holloway issuing rapid-fire orders, trying to coordinate what remained of Earth's defences. But it was Carter's voice that caught his attention. "Daniel," she said urgently, "I'm detecting massive atmospheric changes. They're not just attacking our technology, they're altering Earth's chemical composition. At this rate, the air will be unbreathable in less than 6 hours." The ship's memories flooded Daniel's mind. Other worlds, other civilizations falling to this same strategy. The Zalthari didn't believe in quick extermination. They turned worlds into museums of failure, letting species choke slowly on their own transformed planets. "Like hell," Daniel growled. They dove through the upper atmosphere, liquid metal hull flowing into attack configuration. As they fell, Daniel felt the ship's weapon systems awakening. Not simple guns or energy beams, but tools that could reshape local space-time itself. The nearest capital ship spotted them. Black swarms of fighter craft peeled away from their patrol patterns, moving with hideous speed and precision. The lost vessel, the alien transmission returned, tinged with something like amusement. "Crude bioprimitive, your genetic structure is already failing. Surrender the ship and your species may be permitted to survive as a slave race." Daniel's response was more elegant. They corkscrewed through the first wave of fighters, reality warping around them. Where they passed, enemy craft found themselves occupying the same space as their wingmates, their matter merging with catastrophic results. "That's not possible," Carter gasped, watching the telemetry. "The energy requirements for localized space folding..." "Save the science for later," Holloway cut in. "Cole, can you reach their command ship?" A massive beam of twisted light speared through the space they'd occupied microseconds before. Daniel felt the ship's exhilaration as they danced through gaps in conventional physics, moving in ways that made Newton weep. But the enemy was learning, adapting. Each attack came closer, each defense grew stronger, and in the back of Daniel's transformed mind, a timer was running. 5 hours and counting until Earth's atmosphere became poison. The ship showed him their odds of survival, calculated to 1,000 decimal places. Daniel thought of Sarah, of the projected stars on her ceiling, of Rebecca's tears as he left, of all humanity looking up at the night sky and finally understanding their place in a hostile universe. "Okay," he said, both to the ship and to himself. "Show me what we've been afraid to try." The liquid metal cockpit pulsed once in warning. "It will complete the change," the ship cautioned. "There will be no going back." Below them, the Antarctic ice cap began to boil as alien weapons reshaped matter itself. 4 hours, 58 minutes remaining. "No going back anyway," Daniel said softly. "Do it." The ship sang a note that existed in no human frequency, and Daniel Cole began to truly understand why he'd been chosen. The real battle for Earth was about to begin. The transformation began as starfire in Daniel's veins. Liquid metal flowed through his altered DNA like quicksilver lightning, rewriting him at the quantum level. The boundary between ship and pilot dissolved. Not just neural connection now, but total synthesis. They became a singular entity of human consciousness and alien technology, burning bright against the void. Through transformed senses, he perceived reality in its true form. Probability waves and quantum strings, the deep structure of space-time itself. The Jalthari fleet hung before them in 11 dimensions, their true nature finally clear. "My God," Dr. Carter whispered through what remained of the command channel. "The readings. You're not just flying the ship anymore. You've become something new," Daniel finished, his voice harmonizing with frequencies that existed beyond normal space. Something they never expected. The nearest capital ship launched another reality-warping beam, but now Daniel saw its underlying mathematics, the equations that bent probability to the Zalthari's will. With a thought, he rewrote those equations. The beam curved back on itself, transforming a cubic mile of space into recursive geometry. "Impossible," the Zalthari command signal boomed. The ship was not designed for this level of integration. "No," Daniel agreed, their hybrid form accelerating through gaps in conventional physics. "It was designed to prevent this level of integration, to keep your weapons locked away from species you deemed unworthy." Their liquid metal skin rippled with new understanding. "But you never imagined it would choose its own pilot." They dove into the heart of the enemy fleet, reality distorting around them. Where they passed, Zalthari fighters found their probability waves collapsed into quantum impossibilities. Capital ships fired weapons that bent space itself, but Daniel and the ship danced through dimensional gaps between the beams. "Cole!" Holloway's voice crackled with urgency. "The atmospheric transformation is accelerating. 3 hours left at most." Daniel reached out with senses that transcended human limitation. These Althari weren't just changing Earth's atmosphere. They were rewriting its fundamental forces, turning the planet itself into a weapon against its inhabitants. The enemy fleet moved to surround them, 9 capital ships forming a geometric pattern that sang with deadly harmonics. Space itself began to crystallize, trapping them in a lattice of frozen probability. "The experiment ends," the Zalthari declared. "Surrender the ship, or watch your world dissolve." But Daniel wasn't watching the fleet. Through his transformed perception, he finally saw what the ship had been trying to show him in those dream lessons. The pattern of 9 ships wasn't just a tactical formation. It was a key, a geometric echo of something far older than the Zalthari themselves. "You didn't build this ship," he said, understanding flooding him like light. You found it, just like we did, and you've spent millennia trying to unlock its true potential. Their hybrid form began to pulse with new energy as ancient protocols activated. The liquid metal of their shared body resonated with frequencies that made the very fabric of space sing. Stop! Real fear entered the Zalthari transmission. You cannot comprehend the forces you're unleashing. Maybe not, Daniel agreed, but I understand something you never could. Their form blazed with impossible light as the ship's final transformative protocols engaged. The difference between taking power and being worthy of it. He thought of Sarah reaching for projected stars, of Rebecca's quiet strength, of humanity looking skyward with wonder despite all its flaws. The ship's memories merged with his own. Other worlds, other species, waiting for someone who could pass the test it had spent eons preparing. The transformation completed with a sound like reality taking a deep breath. Where ship and pilot had been, something new hung against the stars, a being of living metal and transformed flesh. Human consciousness expanded through technological transcendence. Not a weapon to be wielded, but a key to unlock humanity's next evolution. The Zalthari capital ships opened fire with everything they had. Daniel raised a hand formed of liquid starlight, and probability itself bent to his will. The battle for Earth's survival began in earnest, and the stars themselves held their breath. Light bloomed between the stars as Daniel unleashed the ship's true power. Reality rippled outward in concentric waves of probability, each one carrying the message encoded in their merged form. Enough. The Zalthari fleet's perfect geometric pattern shattered. Their capital ships reeled as weapons that had conquered 1,000 worlds simply failed to exist. Fighter craft tumbled through suddenly uncertain physics, their pilots finding themselves bound by laws of reality they'd long thought mastered. What are you? The Zalthari command signal held something they'd never broadcast before. Awe. Daniel spread liquid metal wings that caught starlight in impossible colours. Through transformed senses, he watched quantum possibilities bloom and fade like brief flowers. I am what the ship was waiting for. Not a master, not a wielder. Their hybrid form pulsed with ancient power. A partner. The largest capital ship launched a desperate attack, trying to rewrite the fundamental forces holding Earth together. Daniel saw the mathematical poetry of it, beautiful in its way. With a thought, he inverted its quantum signature. The beam curved through 11 dimensions and crystallized into a lattice of frozen probability, trapping the ship in its own distorted space-time. The atmosphere, Dr. Carter's voice crackled through transformed sensors. 2 hours until I see it. And he did, the complex cascade of atomic changes poisoning his world. The Althari weren't just changing chemical compositions. They were altering the very language Earth's matter used to speak to itself. Time to teach it a new dialect. Daniel stretched out transformed hands and began to sing in frequencies that existed between dimensions. The ship's memories showed him the way, not to fight the changes, but to guide them, to teach Earth's quantum foundation a more complex grammar. The atmosphere shimmered like heat waves over hot asphalt. Around the planet, sensors recorded impossible readings as air itself learned to exist in multiple states at once, becoming something both breathable and transcendent. The Zalthari fleet began to retreat, their perfect formation now a chaotic scramble for survival. But their commander had one final card to play. You think, you've won? The transmission burned with desperate rage. You've doomed your species to a fate worse than extinction. The changes cannot be undone. Your world will never be purely human again. Daniel smiled with lips made of liquid starlight. That was never the ship's purpose, or humanity's destiny. Their hybrid form blazed against the void as he activated the final protocols. Not weapons, but keys to unlock human potential. Around the planet, subtle changes began cascading through the quantum fabric of reality. Children dreaming of flight would wake to find probability bending to their will. Scientists studying the fundamental forces would discover new variables in their equations. Artists would see colours that existed between known frequencies. The next stage of human evolution had begun. Cole, Holloway's voice held both wonder and fear. What did you... Gave humanity a choice, Daniel answered. The same choice the ship gave me, to remain as they are or to reach, for something more. Their liquid metal skin rippled with starlight. The Zalthari feared this moment. They found the ship but couldn't understand its true purpose. It was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to be a teacher. The enemy fleet vanished into quantum tunnels, fleeing the power they had sought for millennia. But Daniel knew they would return, not to conquer this time, but to learn. Humanity's next steps would reshape the galaxy's balance of power. Hours later, Daniel descended through an atmosphere that shimmered with new possibilities. The military base had been transformed, its stark buildings now grown from probability crystals that sang in quantum harmonics. Dr. Carter's instruments recorded changes that would keep scientists busy for generations. The liquid metal of his transformed body flowed like quicksilver as he landed, reshaping itself into something almost human. His eyes still held starlight, and silver threads still traced through his flesh, but he could walk among his people again. Rebecca waited at the edge of the Quantum Crystal Plaza, holding Sarah in her arms. Their daughter reached out with tiny hands that sparked with newborn probability fields, already adapting to the changed world. "Danny," Rebecca's voice shook. Is it still you?" He gathered them both in arms that could reshape reality but still remembered how to hold the people he loved. "It's still me," he whispered. "Just more." Sarah giggled and touched his liquid metal skin, leaving ripples of quantum possibility in her wake. Above them, the stars seemed closer, more attainable. Humanity's first steps into a larger universe had begun. "What happens now?" Rebecca asked. Daniel looked up at the infinite possibility of space, feeling the ship's ancient wisdom pulse through their shared consciousness. "Now we learn. We grow. We become something beautiful and strange and wonderful." He smiled. "And we're not alone anymore." Across the planet, a new age was dawning. The accidental pilot had become humanity's first guardian, their guide into a universe stranger and more magnificent than anyone had imagined. And somewhere in the vast depths of space, other ships waited, ready to choose their own pilots when the time was right.